Welcome to the crew line. Welcome to the crew line.
Double digits, really? Now the stream starts. The intro starts when the leader dies and he has a fucking double digit lead, and now he dies. Bro, the timing on that, bro. The timing is really bad because I'm not done yet. Fuck, man. I was hoping I had like a couple of more minutes. Well, not a couple more minutes. I was hoping I had like 1.5 more minutes. I'm almost there, boys. I'm almost there. Give me a second. Give me a goddamn second. Fuck. You saw nothing. P2 looks so good. I know. I know. I'm going to stand right there. And I got food. There. Now I'm done. It looks hardcore. Yeah, so me and the guys that we're playing Tibia with, there's a new server that came up. We decided to have some fun in there. We've been having a little fun with that. Oh my god, that sound is going to be annoying. Give me a second. Here. Let's mute it. There we go. Oh man, how you guys doing? Welcome. Dude, I got the whatever sickness or cold that Lily and Hannah had. Hannah's been fucking knocked the fuck out. I got it as well. And yesterday, I was going to get so much shit done in the house. And I couldn't do shit. I was just knocked the fuck out. I was just laying in the couch basically all fucking day. And I was like, how the fuck's this gonna work with stream? And now I'm fine. Well, ish. I got a little bit of a cough, but I'm fine. Like, it just went over for one day for me. Thank fuck for that, because Hannah was not feeling well. A fucking pull PoE2, man. Well, hyped? Yeah, dude. For sure, man. 2 years, kitty longtail. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that.
2 years, baby.
That's crazy. Thank you so much, man. Jackhammer 917 with 39 months earlier. And we got Dead Fixel coming in with a 30 months. 30 months. Resub as well. Thanks so much, guys. That's how it usually goes for me. I was like getting prepared for me being sick, for like giga sick again. And I'd be like, I've been sick fucking consistently all the time for the last month and a half. And it's been fucking painful. So yesterday I was knocked out. But no, I got a little bit of a cough today. That's it. Just tiny bit of cough today. That's it. Nothing else. And I'm just very happy that it went over so fast. It's just a tiny cough. Nothing else. We're good. We're good. All right. Chump. All right, good. Permanent ill is normal with kids? Yeah, so I've been told. Why do I hear music? This is the only way I could watch GHAZZY stream. I love the content, but loathe the music choice. It's over. YouTube chat being vicious today. That's my intro song, man. It's made by Attention Music, who makes a lot of the PoE music remixes. I'm sure you've heard tons of Attention Music's work over at GFL. Gamer for Life's PoE highlight channel on YouTube. Same guy who makes those songs made my intro. And that's the only song you get to hear on YouTube. Sorry, boys. For now, at least. If you were to guess how many concurrent players do you think we will have in PoE2 for Steam? If I had to guess, I think we're gonna hit 300,000 players. Maybe 400. Koo's Beer with the 11 months. Thanks so much, man, for support, dude. Appreciate that, man. I think 300,000 or 400,000. I think Twitch is going to have over 1 million views. Or concurrent viewers. In the directory. For beta, there's no chance. I genuinely think we're going to hit 300,000 plus minus viewers. So players, so Steam for the early access. I genuinely think that's going to happen. Actually think that's going to happen. And that's with it being paid. That's what I think. And I think we're going to have over 1 million viewers on directory on Twitch. Now, I think that the only thing I might be wrong on is the concurrent players, because it's paid access, right? I definitely think that they're gonna break records on Twitch directory for stream, but concurrent players, the only thing that's gonna hold them back is going to be the amount of it's gonna be the amount of because it's paid, right? That's the only thing that I might be wrong on. Do we know the threshold for access? No, we don't. What they have said, however, is the only thing they've said is let's see, do they have anything new? No. It was this is the only thing they've said so far, which is that it's going to be similar. Entry to early access. Let's see. That just like Fall of Oriat, early entry to early access will be gained by purchasing one of the new supporter packs containing a key. These new supporter packs will be revealed during the live stream. Players that meet a threshold of lifetime support in Path of Exile 1 will also be invited to participate in early access. Now, do keep in mind that this game's been around for, what, 11 years? Path of Exile release date 2013, October 23. Oh my god. 3 days from now, they will have been dude, this is crazy. Official release 23rd of October. That is actually pretty cool. 10th anniversary packing, yeah. Isn't this cool? 10 years since they officially launched. That is actually dope as fuck, man. So cool. Whew. So you guys, I've told you guys before, I am going to be doing a subathon. I'm going to do a subathon. Or 11 years, sorry, not 10. 11 years, my bad. I've streamed the game for 10 and a half years. And the game launched 11 years ago. I can't count, sorry. 11 is 2024. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I just can't count, man. I literally can't count, evidently. Where did my notepad go? Let's see. Right, I made a script for a YouTube video that I couldn't record yesterday since I got so ill yesterday. You guys want to hear the intro of the new YouTube video I'm intending to record for PoE 2? It's a PoE 2 video. Getting old, no reason to celebrate. Open beta 2012. I don't remember that. I didn't play the open beta. The intro to my here, I'm gonna tell you the intro to my new PoE 2 recording video. I finished the script yesterday. It goes like this. Hey guys, GHAZZY TV here. Actually, I only made some notes, so it's like basically bullet points. Mostly, I just YOLO it when I'm recording it. But I've made some bullet points here to make sure I don't miss anything. But the intro goes like this. Hey guys, GHAZZY TV here with another Path of Exile 2 video. In today's video, I wanted to cover the topic of minions in PoE 1 versus PoE 2. Bullet points include notes such as Animate Guardian, Spectres, resummoning of permanent minions, setup gameplay, proactive versus reactive, and well, let's see. I gotta scroll. Add a few more bullet points down here. They said raging spirits, automated playstyle. Those are parts of my bullet points for the PoE2 video. And in for the lifetime number, back in Fall of Oria, the lifetime number was $500. That was the breakpoint for the early access, immediate access to, was $500 lifetime support for Fall of Oria. So what we don't know what they're gonna do, but we're expecting them to do something similar. Now, how much that is, I'm not sure. I think that I think that they will very likely do the same with that threshold. And I think that the reason they're not posting that number on this here is because this is a marketing move. And I think that if they added the number 500 here, people would be hung up on that number for the people that weren't here for Fall of Oriath. So I genuinely think that they're going to have the same lifetime support number. That's what I think. I think that they just avoided posting the number here to avoid lashback from it from people who weren't here for Fall of Oriath. That's what I think, at least. Probably not GHAZZY for a few reasons. You don't think it's going to be 500? And they're not releasing a league for PoE 1 at the same time. It's going to be lower. I don't think so. Because here's the thing, right? They've set the bar by having 500 in the past. And they sold a ton of those supporter packs. That's actual a financial boost to the company. That's profits. If they lower it, that means that moving forward in the future, they can never raise it back up again. So here's the thing. What do they lose or gain for lowering it? If they lower it, that means they make a little less money and community will be slightly happier, or some people will be a little happier because it's a little cheaper. Maybe a few more people will reach the breaking point, right? But they will, moving forward, not be able to raise it back up again. But they will lose potential profits from that. If they keep it at 500, it's more what more people are expecting, and they're not losing any potential profits. So, purely business-wise, they shouldn't lower it. They probably also didn't want to say exactly before they determine how many active players that number would let in. It could be that too. I don't think they'll raise it, that's for sure. I'd be very surprised if they did that. Now that's my take. I think that it would be stupid for them to lower on a business perspective. And I think that raising it would also be stupid. So the best course of action from a business point of view, from where I'm sitting at least, would be to not change it. Did they keep decreasing that 500 margin after a while with the previous beta? So what they did last time they did this was 3 specific things. One was that you could buy a supporter pack for $30. You got the equivalent points and everything like a normal supporter pack, but you also got the key. So you didn't lose value for buying the supporter pack. You got the same thing you get from buying a normal supporter pack, but it also included the key. The other part was if you had spent $500 or more through your lifetime on the game, you'd be granted access immediately. The third thing they did was that they literally had a forum thread. You just made an account, made a comment on that thread, and they would randomly give out keys every hour. At the top of the hour, keys would be given away randomly to people in that forum thread. It is possible that they're going to do the same thing again. Now, here's the thing. They can call it an open beta if they want to, if they have that. I believe that's the legality of it, to be able to call it an open beta, but it says early access. But you have to keep in mind that I've been told, I haven't actually seen proof of it, but I've been told several times that apparently Jonathan has been referring to it as an open beta, but I'm not sure. Like, that's just what I've been hearing. I haven't seen or heard that myself. I want to point that out. Who cares for the $20 beta key? I'm happy giving them money for the 100 hours plus I've spent. I'm scared for PvE2 monetization since Chris Wilson is not the lead anymore. What do you mean Chris Wilson is not the lead anymore? What do you mean? Yeah, maybe that's the case, Ignacy. I'm not sure. What do you mean with Chris Wilson not being in the lead anymore? Might have been a targeted video. Not sure. So, Chris Wilson is no longer the game director for PoE 1. Mark is the game director of PoE 1. Jonathan is game director of PoE 2. Do you think Chris Wilson just quit or something? No, that's not what happened. Chris Wilson is overseeing everything instead of being in only one of them. That is the transition that's been happening. You have to keep in mind that he's been like the forefront face of the game for like over a goddamn decade. And Jonathan's been there all this time, just not as much on screen. And Chris is still, yeah, Chris is still there. He hasn't quit. I think that a lot of people would react pretty loudly if he ever left. Like, he's kind of stuck there, man. Dude's a god, man. Yeah, Chris is the general manager of the company. Yeah. I'd love to buy a pack for a key, but if it's a super expensive pack, I'm gonna have to pass. Well, if it's similar to Fall of War, that supporter pack you're talking about that gets the keys, $30. That's what it was last time. Him being in the back of all things looks like he retired. No, I think that Chris Wilson, based of having done this for more than a decade of being the forefront, and that dude's got thick skin, dude. Like, I don't know how much shit and praise this man has taken over the past decade plus of content that they've dished out for us. I'm just saying. And to be fair, they made some changes where Jonathan is taking over he's taking the reins on the game directive of PoE 2 and Mark on PoE 1. To be fair, can't we all just agree that Chris Wilson might just need a little bit of, time off the spotlight for once? I'm just saying. Like, the dude deserves a little bit of time off. If that's what he needed. I don't know. But he's not gone, and he's not taking time off in that sense. He's just not in the spotlight anymore. He said before in an interview that early access is a term companies marketing prefers him to use, but it's the same as open beta to him. That's what Jonathan said. Chris has taken a beating over the years. Yeah, but he's also been praised 10 times more than that. But yes, the dude's got thick skin, dude. Holy shit, man. It's kind of crazy. A lot of the head devs games lead seem great at what they do. Oh, for sure. And I just genuinely don't think it's a big deal. It's like, it seems like a lot of people seem to make it out to be a bigger deal. But like, now Chris Wilson, it's a man I very much respect. And I've been around for 10.5 years now. And I don't respect Chris Wilson as a game dev as much as I do of him as a person. The guy is phenomenal. Very down to earth. For anyone who's been at ExileCon, met him at different venues or events, you know exactly what I'm talking about. He's just like Jonathan and Mark, super passionate about this game. Or both games, actually. Super passionate and just, they're all just gamers, man. That's the best part. We can sit down and have a dinner, and literally all we talk about is just games. I remember first Exile Con where we were at Jonathan's house, bunch of streamers, and we sat down, and Chris was like super excited to show us his Magic the Gathering card collection that he had in a binder with misprinted cards and stuff like that. He has so much of it. It was so cool. I do not agree with Chris Wilson on everything, but I respect him sticking to his convictions. Oh, for sure. I mean, it's just opinions. Like, you don't have to agree with everything. I certainly don't agree with everything. It's the same thing with Jonathan, for that matter. There are parts of Jonathan's takes on the game that I widely don't agree with. Most specifically, it's the Animate Guardian. Does that mean I don't respect him? Oh, fuck no. Of course I respect him. Jesus. It's like, it's just people have different takes on things. That's just life. Learn to deal with it, boys. That's it. All right. Anyways, what's today's plan? I want to talk about this because I've already written a script with some bullet points, actually. Well, I wrote the script for the intro and the outro, and 2 segments in the video actually scripted. You can disagree with him without being Path of Math. Okay, so Path of Math and I were, well, I wouldn't say we're actually friends, but we're friends. I haven't talked to him in like since, I don't know, fucking a year back or something now. But like, we were friends, and I kept telling him, man. I kept telling Path of Math that, bro, it's like, you might want to chill a little bit, because it's like you come off as very blunt. But here's the thing: I do that as well. Like, I do that as well. Like, I can come off as very blunt. I can come off as a bit abrasive or rude. I mean, one of the podcasts I had with Jonathan and Mark was a very clear display of that. And I was loudly told about this, and it's something I've been working on as a content creator. But no, like, the Path of Math was also, he is, I don't know, how old is he now? I don't know. He is very young. He's very young. And, but no, last I heard from Path of Math, he was doing pretty well. He let his anger get out of hand. I've let my anger go out of hand once. I was there's a very known meme of me letting it boil over. It's actually a sound alert on the stream. Like, I couldn't keep the lid on it, and I
don't like it. It's shit.
That's how it sounded when I was furious, to the point where I couldn't keep the lid on it. There's a difference between being blunt and being personal. Yeah, okay, so I agree with that. I definitely think there's a huge difference between being blunt or coming off as something and being it directly, right? I definitely agree with that. And there were some harsh repercussions or consequences as a result, right? And yeah, no, it's just very important to separate the two, for sure. Definitely. Do you think it's worth paying for the expansion of D4 and now to play till PV2 comes out, money playing wise? My personal opinion on Diablo 4 seems to be something a lot of people don't actually. What? No. Get my ass back in there. Sorry, I forgot to make my runes. My bad. I definitely think that my opinion on Diablo 4 is that they went from having a disastrous launch to making it worse, to then trying to get it to the right direction, failing on getting it to the right direction, then finally taking a leap in the right direction, making it good. Maybe almost. They made it okay. And then they stayed and lingered around the D4 okay for up until the expansion, which is, I think, one of the main reasons a lot of people that bought the main game was very upset. Because it was like, eh. And then I think that the expansion is the final really good step where I can wholeheartedly and genuinely say, you know, heart on my sleeve, and just say I think D4 is good now. Story writing of the campaign, horrific. I made a video talking about this actually. Storyline, shit. I like the campaign gameplay way more than the first one, and I think that D4 is good now. Now, if it's worth the money to buy the expansion, that is entirely up to you. For me, I would say it's worth it. I consider it worth it. That's my opinion. Definitely. Now, I'm also the kind of person that say if I get 2 weeks plus minus worth of enjoyment from D4 every season, I'm happy. And the reason for that is because the game does not cater to the type of player base that I belong to. That's the very simple answer to it. It just does not cater to the type of player that I belong to, a player base. But I think that they've done a good job on the endgame replayability of the game that made it significantly more enjoyable. For sure, a lot of things have been made a lot better. Is the game great? No. Is it perfect? Far from it. Do they still have a lot of issues? Absolutely. Do I still consider the game to be good despite all of those things? Yes, because they fixed a ton of fundamental underlying issues that was needed to make the game good. Now they have a pretty good baseline to work with. The sad part is that it took them a fucking year to get there. But yes, I consider it to be worth it for me. It's your money, though. I can tell you where to spend your money. Unless you're looking to buy a custom GHAZZY TV summoner shaker, which there's only 30 left of. Or buy the best PCs in the entire universe if you type !Starforge. The fixed foundation, yeah. Think I'd be on Factorio Space Age instead? Play around 60 to 70 hours, min-maxing the Spiritborn. Feels like I've done everything there. Down in the league, apart from leveling 250 to 300, which takes an eternity, but I think that's enough for $40. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel as well. Need those things, but I just don't have that money yet. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. What worries me a bit about PoE 2 is I haven't seen any totem gameplay. I'm a totem lover, and I would love to see something with totems. I'm very confident they're gonna have something. Just not sure how. Something that like I want to talk about. I believe I have it in one of my notes here. Yeah, whatever the fuck happened to the Druid? Like, what actually happened to the Druid? Food. 8 minutes. Okay. Like, what happened to the Druids? I don't get it. D4 is really much evolved. You don't like the bug meta. Yeah, no, that's one of the things I have a problem with for sure. D4 is one of the games with the most game-breaking bugs. Oh, for sure. Druid, I forgot about the class. Bro. Druid, Path of Exile 2 gameplay. Watch this. What? Like, just watch this. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, one of the game directors on Path of Exile 2. In Path of Exile 2, you can pick from one of 12 character classes. Each character has a combination of primary attributes that they focus on. Today, we'd like to show off a character who specializes in strength and intelligence.
Also, they have summoned
Druid.
wolves. I never got to try
In
it.
human form, the Druid is a spellcaster who channels the fury of nature on the battlefield, a walking natural disaster. But get up close and you'll find out why the Druid also focuses on strength. You can transform yourself into one of several wild beasts.
Several
Today, we want to
wild
show off
beasts.
the bear form.
I want to quote him, and he said, "You can turn into several wild beasts," which means that there are more than just transforming into a bear.
Transformation in PoE 2 happens automatically when you use a bear attack. Use Bear Maul and your character will transform into a bear into a meaty swing. Use a spell and your character transforms back into a human and casts it. Hitting enemies with the Bear's Maul attack will build up rage, which increases your attack damage, so your bear gets stronger with every attack. You can see the glowing runes that indicate rage on your back. Have a lot of weak enemies to take out? This is where you probably want to break out your Rampage. Let out a roar and stampede over all enemies in your path, slamming the ground with your paws. The initial roar generates rage, and then the rage is consumed as you charge along. You can use Rampage by itself to travel a short distance, or do some mauling first to build up some rage and travel a significant distance. Now, while the bear is big and strong, this isn't a pure strength class. You don't have as much armor as a warrior would have. In order to protect itself from larger packs, you might want to consider a skill like Furious Slam. This skill is all about stunning rather than damage, so it's quite useful if you're mobbed by smaller monsters and just need to get out of there. Of course, like any PoE 2 character, you can always use a dodge roll to get out of danger. Since the bear is the slowest of the druid's forms, making sure the dodge feels reliable and can get you out of any situation is paramount. When you dodge an animal form, your character instantly transforms back with no time penalty, so that you can get out of the way. You can even interrupt a mistimed transformation halfway through. Of course, doing this will mean you pay the slight time cost of having to transform back again, but it's certainly a lot better than dying. Something interesting about this skill is that it's faster to use if you're already standing up. If you're on all fours when you use Furious Slam, then the bear has to stand up first before slamming back down. But use Maul first and the bear will stand up as you swing, which has no time penalty. Then follow up with Furious Slam and your bear will quickly slam down. Much more efficient.
I think that's really cool. So many small things.
Next up, I want to talk about Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a bear meta skill gem. It allows you to take any Warcry skill that another class like the Warrior might use and allow you to use it as a bear. I'm going to take the Seismic Cry gem and socket it into Ferocious Roar. You can actually socket more than one Warcry and use them all together, but let's just stick to one for now. Seismic Cry pushes enemies back and has some stun chance, but the reason we want to use
Don't know,
it is
Nico,
for
no
a
idea.
mechanic called Exerted Attacks. If there are any heavily stunned enemies in range of the Warcry, then your next slam skill will be powered to do double the number of slams. First, I use Furious Slam to stun these enemies. Next, I follow up with Seismic Cry and get the Exerted Attack, and then I slam again. See how 2 slams triggered? So, that's all well and good, but how about we try that again using Rampage? First, get a bit of rage, slam to stun the enemies, Seismic Cry to get the exert, and then rampage around to do insane amounts of damage. So we've covered some of the bear side of the druid, but how is he as a spellcaster? Now of course we want to maximize the amount of time you spend in your animal forms, so most of the spells targeted at the druid tend to be things that last a long time or provide tactical options on the battlefield. The first and probably simplest of these is Lightning Storm. Cast it on the ground and you get an area where monsters are continuously struck by bolts of lightning. The bolts don't do much damage, but they shock monsters, which is a debuff that increases all damage on them, meaning it's a great spell to use before going in as a bear. So, that's going to increase your damage, but as I mentioned before, the bear form of the druid could use some defenses
Yes, it
as
will
well.
be assaulted.
The bear in particular is the slowest attacking of the druid's forms. He hits hard, but if he gets swarmed too much, it will result in your death. That's why Tornado is so useful. Tornado sucks monsters in, allowing you to split up packs and deal with groups separately, or pin monsters in place and set up combos with your other skills. The Tornado doesn't really move big monsters much, so you can actually use it.
How would you compare D4 and PoE2 in terms of graphics? I think that the general quality is the same. or the level of quality is the same between the two games. Now, whether or not which one is better, I think comes down to preferential levels. I think that the graphical design in D4 is fantastic with the approach that they've gone with it. I think that the graphics in PoE 2 is fantastic with the approach they've gone for it. Whether or not which one is better is preferential. I can't decide which one is better, personally. I think both are great. I really do.
To separate a boss from its minions too. The Druid also has the ability to summon animal companions.
Players who played open beta said the game is way more faster here at BGS Sao Paulo for what it was at beta. Seems promising. I mean, the gameplay experience that most of us has had has been leveling up to a certain level, and then we got to play test certain classes at, I think it was Exile or like level 30 and whatnot, and that was way faster. So I mean, obviously the game gets sped up the further you progress, but I'm not sure how fast it will be in the end game. Of course, we have no idea, and there's no point in complaining about the gameplay speed when they're showcasing abilities, because it's not the point of these videos is not to showcase clear speed, it's to show the actual abilities, how they look and operate.
This is another really useful defense because wolves can take aggro from you, keeping monsters away. In addition, the wolves howl as they are summoned, putting a temporary debuff on enemies that makes them more vulnerable to critical strikes, and giving you a reason to resummon them in combat. The last Druid spell we're going to talk about today is Volcano. You can cast it quickly like this and it will spawn just a few projectiles. Or you can hold down the button to channel it for longer, which will make it fire a whole bunch of projectiles when it spawns, doing a lot more damage. The Volcano sticks around firing its little projectiles for a long time, so it's another good skill to cast before turning into a bear.
With the 5 gifts.
Now,
Thank you so much,
the reason
dude.
you're going to want to turn into a bear after using Volcano is that any slam near the Volcano results in it spewing out even more projectiles. And if you thought that was a lot, then Rampage is even better, because it does 2 slams every time it hits the ground, and you can run around the volcano. Now, if you've been paying attention, you might have realized that this is going to be extra good with Seismic Cry, which we were using earlier to double the number of slams. So, first we're going to cast Volcano. Then Furious Slam till you stun something, Seismic Cry to get the double slams, then Rampage around while the Volcano spews out a stupid number of projectiles. This combo would have been even better if we'd remembered to cast our Lightning Storm first, but getting time for that seems tricky. It would also have been nice if the monsters were affected by the crit debuff that my wolves do when I first summon them. This is where some meta gems to automate some elements can come in handy. Here's a gem called Cast While Channeling. If we add Lightning Storm to this skill, we can cast it automatically while we channel a Volcano as we set up our combo. Cast While Channeling is an ongoing effect, so enabling the skill will cost us Spirit, which is a new resource in PoE 2 used specifically for these kinds of skills. If you look at the top left of the screen as we channel, we can see the energy building up to cast the Lightning Storm. So long as we channel Volcano for long enough, the Lightning Storm will also be cast on the same targeted location.
I think that's pretty cool.
Currently, Cast While Channeling is active in reserving Spirit in both our human and bear forms. This means that any channeling skills we use as a bear technically will also cast the Lightning Storm. We can actually do this with Rampage right now, but it's not the best because we would prefer to stack the Lightning Storm on top of our Volcano, rather than just casting it randomly as we're rampaging around.
Do note this little thing when he casts
the Lightning Storm on top.
Watch when he casts Volcano, this little line. I'm not sure if that's targeting. So he's channeling, and then I think that when he's targeting it, the little line that tells him where the volcano is going to spawn. Look at the little fire here.
Rather than just casting
See that? I think he started here and then moved it
randomly as
and then now he lets go and the shit goes here. That seems to be the targeting acquisition of the volcano.
We're also unnecessarily reserving Spirit in our bear form,
which seems pretty cool.
We could be using for something else. So let's fix that. I'm going to go into the skill options for the skill and disable it in my bear.
Even verify it's not a skill.
I'm going to go into the skill options. Reserving Spirit in our bear form.
So watch when he pops.
Cast While Channeling is active in reserving. Currently, castable channeling
You see, now there's no line.
is active
And it goes
reserving
exactly where it targets it. So it wasn't like a graphical thing that did it. It looks like that is exactly the targeting.
spirit in both our human and
Looks of
bear
it.
forms. This means that any channeling skills we use as a bear technically will also cast the lightning storm. We can actually do this with Rampage right now, but it's not the best because we would prefer to stack the lightning storm on top of our volcano, rather than just casting it randomly as we're rampaging around. We're also unnecessarily reserving spirit in our bear form we could be using for something else, so let's fix that. I'm going to go into the skill options for the skill and disable it in my bear form. We showed at ExileCon how you could use skill options to control which weapon set to use when casting skills. But you can also use the same interface to enable or disable which buffs you would like to have active in your different weapon sets too, without having to recast them all the time. And shapeshifting counts as a weapon set. Now when I change to a bear, the effect and the spirit reservation goes away, and when I change back to a human again, it's back automatically. So, now that we have some extra spirit available as a bear, why don't we make our life a little bit easier by automating one of our other skills? This is the Cast on Melee Stun meta gem. I'm going to put Summon Wolf in Cast on Melee Stun, so that whenever I stun a sufficient number of enemies while I'm a bear, it will summon another wolf. This is great because usually when I'm stunning, it's because I'm about to do my exerted attack slam combo. When wolves come out, they howl, adding the crit debuff to the monsters, right when I need it. It also helps keep my wolves alive and summoned at all times without me having to do it manually. So, last but not least, let's talk about the skill tree. At ExileCon we showed how you could dual spec your character so that different weapons can use different passives. Well, as I said before, the bear form counts as another weapon set for specialization purposes, so he gets a tree too. If I open my passive tree, you can see how I'm near a melee damage cluster and a spell damage cluster. By holding shift, I can allocate these passives in my human form, and these ones as a bear. Now, when I change between human and bear form, my passives reallocate automatically. So, here we are at the Blind Beast. The goblins have enslaved a huge behemoth and gouged out its eyes. Now they're sending it in to fight you while they watch.
What have they done to this creature?
For being blind is surprisingly accurate. They know exactly where the fuck you are. That damn it though. Yeah, a lot of things have adjusted and been changed since this footage was released, by the way. I have no idea, Mesmer. I think they're very likely gonna have empty access for different ways of looks when you shapeshift. That would be something we can expect, I think. Nice thing, a Druid do more than 17 damage. Well, you're not wrong. Anyone know if there's a way to know how much money I spent on cosmetics? Well, you can manually calculate it, or you can on your account in purchase history, or there's a plugin, browser plugin somewhere that will let you do it. That does it for you.
And there we have it. With a little bit of customization, we have a build that can combine many different active skills to do some really interesting effects. At the same time, your skill tree reconfigures automatically at the right time, and your buffs reconfigure automatically as well.
26
and even
days,
does certain
yeah.
skills automatically. But we also haven't lost the dynamics of combat. Many skills interact with each other, and the ones you choose to use at any different moment depend a lot on what enemies you face or what situation you're in right at this moment. And at just the right time, you might be able to combine all your skills in one crazy combo.
Plus
Get some
5 all
satisfying
attributes.
screen-covering spam, and
Right.
some crazy
Should
damage.
note that.
Now, these are just some of the skills targeted at the Druid in PoE 2. We didn't even show you the wolf form yet. There's a lot more to play and experience, and we look forward to letting you guys try it out when we go into beta on June 7th, 2024.
Ay, 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 ay. So that is currently happening, which is pretty cool. Chump. Like one of the things that I'm curious about is that this was shown at GameSpot here like a year ago, right? And I've played PoE 2 a few times now. Exile 1, 2. Or not one, but last ExileCon, I played in LA for the playtest on PC. Then I played on LA for the couch co-op console playtest. And none of the playtests that I was participating in had access to touch the Druid. So ever since they revealed this, I believe it was only available to playtest at Gamescom, right? I might be wrong if it was one more. How old is this video, Colin? A year ago. I have no idea, Kalasad, if it's going to be account bound or if they're planning on making you do it on every character. I have no idea. So it's like, I have no idea what the plan is, but I never actually got to playtest the Druid. I never got to do that. What's up, Sims? And it's like, I don't know what happened to it. PAX West 2024 is there. Okay, so PAX West as well. So there was a small time frame that the Druid was playable. Done baking 2 cakes, nice. And it's like, I don't know, dude. I have no idea. Super happy when there isn't everything in the EA. No, 2023. Okay. There was talk of defeating the same bosses in Endgame will give you the rewards as well. Okay, okay. Doing / passive when you start a map is going to hit a lot harder this time. Will a rock run out this Bugatti Veyron? No. How you doing, Hog? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well, man. Oh my god. Dude, that comment was so good. You know, it's funny, Hog. So I recorded the video, right? I sent it to my editor and I said, I kind of want to make a comparison with the current state of Diablo 4 because I think Diablo 4 is actually turned into a good game. Not great, not even close to great, but it's good, in my opinion. And I wanted to compare that to the expected approach that we'll see in PoE 2, which is kind of fun because I'm comparing a AAA multi-billion-dollar company game that's been out for a year to a game that's not even out in early access yet. And that's the comparisons I'm making. And then I sent it to my editor, right? And then in the evening, he said he wasn't sure of how well the video would perform, so he didn't put too much effort into it. So I was like, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to make the video to talk about it. You know, I told him, like, get some gameplay 2 footage, or PoE 2 gameplay footage, and I just want to talk about it and see what people's opinions are. Then he posts the video. I didn't see the title or anything, or the thumbnail. And he told me, I expect this video to get 50 comments saying no before we hit 1,000 views. So when we had 925 views on the video, we had 53 comments, all of which said no, essentially one way or another. Fucking spot on, man. Oh, man. Dude, how many comments is this now? 502 comments. Whoa. So that happened. This one here, short as in no, long as in nope. Absolutely not. There saved you 14. Ooh, there's 41 comments. What the fuck? I definitely commented no. To be fair, when I say compete with it, the answer is that Diablo 4 wins many times over on certain topics. Let's be real. Let's not shove this under the rug. There are certain topics that D4 beat the hell out of basically literally any other ARPG in the entire world. That's actually the case, depending on what it is you're talking about with the competition. Do you ever compete with Dodo? Money is the big one, yeah. And I'm pretty confident that Diablo 4, because of its targeting player base and mainly the franchise and name, is making it have a larger player base, at least on launch. So there are certain topics that Diablo 4 is better at. And I don't think anyone can ever compete with it because of the franchise and name. That's what I think. But that's not what I'm talking about in the video. I'm just saying. iPhone also sells the most phones. Does that not make it the best phone? D4 bad. Never said it was the best. Bill's automatic likes PoE better. PoE2 will advertise they could beat them easily. I actually disagree with that statement. I don't think that... I think that if PoE spent... Let's be hyperbolic. I genuinely believe that if Path of Exile spent 1 billion, that's billion with a B, so basically a bad damage number in D4. If they spent $1 billion on marketing, they would still not get the same reach as Diablo. And the reason for it is very simple. Diablo 4 has the franchise and the name to cater to the dad gamers and the non-gamers. That's what I think. But that's nothing bad for PoE at all. That has just the fact to do. The matter of the fact there is that Diablo has the franchise and the name that everybody recognizes. Get a hot ass woman and make a PoE Whopper hamburger. It would compete all day. Maybe $1 billion would be enough. Actually, maybe $1 billion would be enough, but they wouldn't get that money back though. Put a giant billboard of Kitava in New York. Dude, that would be so cool though. New York, and then have a big ass fucking Madison Square, and there's a big ass fucking billboard. So that like, it would be pretty fucking dope if they did stuff like that. When gameplay today? We got plenty of gameplay. I'm tabbing over to Tibia so I can craft some runes on this new server. And I'm eating... What am I eating? I'm eating dragon ham whilst making runes. That's the gameplay you see today. Spend 5 billion on Twitch streamers playing PoE, saying good things, and it would have more players than D4. Well, here's the thing. They don't need to spend tons of money on streamers streaming the game and talking well about it, because we will do that either way. because the game's good. Did you guys know that PoE had a very, 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 very small and limited marketing budget up until a couple of years ago? A year before Bex went away. And the very first time that PoE decided to sponsor streamers, you know what they did? This goes to show how extremely well GGG actually considers their core player base and their streamers. The very first time they sponsored streamers to play the game, they actually got quite a few of us to of the PoE main streamers a symbolic payment to play their game on a league launch, as if we weren't gonna play it anyways. And I'm like, I got the mail and I looked at it. I'm like, so I'm being offered money to play the game that I mainly stream and have been for many, many years. It was a very small symbolic, it was more of a symbolic gesture than anything. And I just looked at it, I'm like, oh, the rates are lower than I would charge for the channel. And I'm like, okay, what is going on? So I was like, what's this? I wrote to Bex, like, what's this? And essentially, they wanted to include as many of the PoE streamers as possible because they started having allocated budget to market on Twitch. And what they wanted to do was they wanted to make sure that the streamers who've been around for like fucking decade in playing the game felt like they weren't just getting cheated out of it or something like that. I don't know why they never had to do that. Got a couple of $100, but it's like, that was great. I was like, okay, thank you. And then after that, we never got anything else, of course. But then they started just, sponsor other streamers that, they had to pay a lot more money to, like Shroud, for example, when he was sponsored to play the game. And all I had to do was do the same thing I did anyways. And then, oh, now it's my sponsored segment. Hashtag ad in the title for an hour or two. And then I took it away. It's like, that's it. That's hilarious. And we all made tweets as well. It was so funny. All of the PoE guys were like, yeah, check out this league and hashtag ad. Like, I would have posted that anyways. And I think that was a very nice gesture of them. But nowadays, they actually have a proper marketing team and a budget allocated for marketing. Last time I saw Shroud talking about PoE 2, he thought that the game was in trouble because of D4 expansion. He's so clueless. I think, last time I spoke to Shroud, it was more about the whole, like, well, actually not last time, but last time we talked about PoE and stuff like that on stream, it was more about the idea that when he was looking at my guides, he told me he needed big capital bold letters. Come on, Shroud. It's not really possible in PoE 1 to do that. Nah, I like Shroud. He's a good guy. Add a PoE 2 day countdown to the stream. I already have so much on screen already. It's fine. We'll see, though. I think GD needs to step up marketing. We should be getting game trailers presenting each of the classes like D4 did. We're now less than a month of the launch and there is zero content. Where's the marketing? If I think that they should market more is what you're asking. And then you're comparing it to D4. So I think that what you have to realize is a couple of things. I think that this is not the launch of the game. This is an early access. You're talking about them spending a ton of money marketing the game, which is going to be in early access, which will have limited campaign experience and whatever state of the current endgame that they have available and ready to deploy for us. I'm sure we're going to find bugs and issues in the game, and it's early access. I don't think that they should be marketing more, no. The other aspect to think about, or the factor to take into consideration, is that they're in a position where they have, a fraction of the hired staff to deal with the game compared to the Diablo 4, for example. So no, I don't think that they should be marketing more. They will obviously be pushing up a lot more marketing as we get closer. They have yet to announce a date for when the live stream reveal for the early access is going to happen. And then once they do that, I'm very confident that they're going to dish out a lot more marketing between that live stream till the early access launch. Shroud sponsorship was a mistake. His audience is not potential PvE player base. I don't agree with that. I actually think that was really good, personally. Because it gets a very wide reach. I don't think they want to aggressively market what amounts to a Star Citizen level entry paywall. I mean, if they do it the way Fall of Oriat did, is Star Citizen level entry paywall, is that $30? I don't know what Star Citizen level entry paywall is referring to. Because if they do it, which they've said, it's going to be similar to what they did with Fall of Oriat. The key that the supporter pack to get the key was $30. Star Citizen milked like $700 million from people. Star Citizen is a joke. Yeah, whatever happened to that game? I remember that being hyped the fuck up and then nothing happened. Most people play COD and FIFA. D4 has chipped a little bit into that casual market, and that does not cross into PoE market. I definitely disagree with that. I think that new players who's never touched ARPG games that play Diablo 4, they've made the conscious decision to purchase a game and buy themselves into testing an ARPG game. And if they find themselves liking or enjoying the play of Diablo 4, the longer they play Diablo 4, the higher the chances of them being exposed to the comment, oh, Path of Exile's better, or you should try Path of Exile. And then when they look at Path of Exile, they have no argument whatsoever to not try the game out, simply because they've already made the conscious decision to purchase Diablo 4, which means that they paid money to play an ARPG game that they now found themselves enjoying. Then they're being told they should try Path of Exile. And then they look at PoE and see that it's free to fucking play. There's no argument for them not to try the game out. This is what Chris Wilson was talking about. We had a discussion about this a couple of years back, and he literally said that the better, and I agree with him on this, the better Diablo 4 performs, or even D3 back in the days, the better Diablo performed, the better it is for PoE. Because they would just, for free, get that exposure to that player base. So the fact that Diablo 4 flopped so hard for the veteran gamer degens like most of us here in the channels on Twitch and YouTube stream and myself belong to, the better they did for us, the better it would be for PoE. I can't watch D4 because the damage numbers that most streamers play with is cancerous. That's why I stopped playing meta builds in Diablo 4. I started making new builds. I played with Razor Wing. I did some Poison Thorn stuff and I had a lot of fun with those things. But I didn't get up to the hundreds of trillions of damage that the meta build is currently doing. But I had a lot of fun with it though. On the Spiritborn class, that is. PoE had its biggest league since D4 launched. Of course. But I'm not crediting that to D4 entirely. I'm just saying that it definitely plays a factor, or has a role in it. So how much is the early access to PoE? We don't know yet. The only thing they've said is this, which is that they want this to be similar, that just like Fall of Oriat, that they will have an entry to early access will be gained by purchasing one of the new supporter packs. Last time they did this, that supporter pack cost $30. And I think that they're going to get a lot of shit if they raise the price for this. That's what I think. I actually think they're going to get a lot of negative lashback if they raise the price for it. So I don't think they'll raise the price. I think it's going to be $30. Small percentage will bleed into PoE 2, but just like the feedback that this market is giving D4, nothing can be a grind. That base would never do the PoE level of grind. Well, we have no idea how PoE 2 is going to play out either. We don't know. Right? There's no info in this at all, right? So a lot of things happening. Because there are no PoE players are performing in the D4 leaderboards, showing skills. Okay, let me pause the music. The question I get, how come there are no PoE players performing in D4 leaderboards showing skills? Okay, I'll have you know that for me personally, I was the second necromancer to hit level 100 on the launch of the game. I was also, with a couple of hours fucking difference, the second necromancer to beat Uber Lilith, pre-nerfs and everything, beaten only by the one guy I'm actually collaborating with to make the Men Down Summoner build get over Dicey Veins. Well, not nowadays, but when we launched it. His name is Sinity. The two of us was racing for it, and he beat me with a couple of hours to killing Uber Lilith. We have consistent amount of players, some PoE streamers that was racing to 100 to get their literal fucking BattleNet tag name on the statue at the campus at Blizzard on Irvine. And I was not able to participate in that personally, which I would have because I had access to the preview release before the game launched. So I was not eligible to participate. Well, actually I was, but I decided not to. But, you know, most of the streamers said, no, we're not going to race for it. So I wouldn't say that the comment of I was talking about this Helta / Pit. Let me see. Sorry, you got sniped by the bots. Isn't this a submit only thing? Because this is not automatically handled, right? You have to submit your clear or something, right? What I think the problem here is that you are talking about people that are min-maxing the living fuck out of their characters and then competing at the high-end aspirational content in a game that is clearly not catering to the player base that is the main part for Path of Exile streamers and performing racers in PoE. It's community-based, yeah, but you are questioning why there's no PoE streamers participating in this. Like, I'll tell you right now, the reason I'm not bothering this is two reasons. One, I don't like the pit push. I think it's boring with the endless fucking grinding a pit all the time. I think that's really fucking boring in the end. It's one of the worst things of the endgame replayability for me in D4. That's just my take. And I think that most PoE's players, they are not really that interested in it in that sense. And the racing scene in PoE is hardcore oriented. Is there a hardcore pit rank here? Thank you so much, Weasley, for the 5 gifts, man. I appreciate that, dude. All I'm saying is that to get here, you have to play the game a lot. Like a lot. 114 is the highest barb. Oh my god. 114 rogue, Sork. No, sorry, I have to do this. 106 Sork. Oh wow. 106 Rogue. Oh my god. 104 Druid. Oh my god. 110. That is, oh wow. Okay, well, that's still a that's a spirit wave build. And that's a pure bone spirit build. That's a spirit wave. That's a bone spirit. That there's no way that's blood surge. I don't buy it. Maybe it is actually. Holy shit. And spirit born are all quill volley. Quill volley. Yeah, nothing. Again, they're all on 150. Yeah. That's, I mean, I think that you're questioning why there are no PoE streamers in there. I think that literally every single PoE racer or PoE streamer, they're not interested in that kind of endgame replayability. That's what I think. As a racing scene looking in PoE, I mean, we have the gauntlet races, we have the hardcore races. This was the hardcore races. There's not a single Diablo streamer in the top leaderboards here. I can tell you that much. Just had a gauntlet race. What else do we have? Can look at public leagues, hardcore, solo self-found settlers. I don't know. Like, you genuinely would not see Diablo 4 streamers there either. I mean, you're talking about the highest end of pushing consistently of content, and then you're comparing game number 1 with streamers from game number 1 that plays this religiously, and then you're comparing why they are not top performing in game number 2, which has the hardcore consistent 100% gamer main gamers of that game competing. You can't compete. That just doesn't happen. There's no interest in it. Not to mention the fact that we streamers were kind of at least the streamers like most of us that has a main game rather than variety, it's very hard for us to arguably go balls deep and go pushing. Like I still have a lot of stuff to do with guides in D4 and I do that off stream right now. That's why I'm not sleeping. But I can't stream it as much as I actually would have liked to, for the simple reason that if I go to D4 right now, hold on, I'm gonna see how many viewers I have. Let me see. I don't look at them when I'm live. We have 411 viewers on Twitch, and on YouTube we have 224 on YouTube. I can guarantee you that more than half of those viewers would go away if I moved over to D4 right now. Like literally, before I'm done updating my stream title, a quarter of the viewers would already have been gone. So like we streamers are kind of like a slave or at the mercy of how the channels are participating, right? Or so not participating, performing. So I can't really like do that, whether I like it or not. So I think that those comparisons is pretty wild, personally. What news is there? I'm out of loop. No, I'm just catching up on everything and then discussing some things. Today I wanted to tackle a little bit of Minions because I wrote a script that I haven't recorded the video yet. I'm going to record it after today's stream. For Minions versus Minions to PoE2 versus PoE1. That's the first thing we'll cover today. But you grow also being variety. So it goes both ways. That would heavily depend, Fishy. Let's see. Let's see. In Twitch directory in PoE, I've just been live for about 1.5 hours, and on average, as most Twitch streamers know, it takes 2 to 3 hours before we reach like a plateau of our average viewership, and then depending on host race and if other people in directory goes on and off, that will fluctuate, but that's about the peak that will, or not peak, that's like the average we'll reach about 3 hours into the stream. 2 to 3 hours. And I am currently the second biggest, or second most viewed streamer in the PoE directory. Let's say that I only lose a quarter of the viewers and I go down to 300 viewers. Let's see where I would land in the Diablo 4 directory. 1, 2, 3, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would end up at the 5th row on the directory, which means that the argument of natural growth gain from variety will now die. Well, not die, but it would be significantly lowered. Here's another example of just what I'm talking about. I'm going to go to my YouTube studio. Let me show you. I'm going to see if I can show you. This is what happens when I posted a bunch of YouTube video footage for Diablo 4. Look at this. Like, I can't sustain myself with this. I have an estimated revenue on the last 30 days of $450. I have actual staff to pay, salary to, my own salary, and bills to pay. This is $450 for the last 30 days of YouTube content. I've done YouTube videos for Diablo 4, and I've lost subscribers when I'm this close to 100,000 subscribers. This is what happens when you have a main game, and then you try to do something else. Like this is my estimated revenue. It's actually pretty accurate for the last 30 days. $400. And I have an editor that I have to pay. You think I'll get much of this when this is over? Let's just put it this way. This shit is gone immediately. And I've lost subscribers. So no, I understand your argument that variety generates growth. And I would say yes, it does, but it has to be very carefully catered or handled. You're European. I'm Scandinavian, so European taxes or Scandinavian taxes. Just saying. That's why I keep saying that the only reason I'm able to do what I do full time is actually genuinely because of the support you guys provide on the stream. Like the fact that you guys are subscribing and doing all that, that is what keeps me able to do what I do full time. I would not be able to afford it otherwise. It's very simple. Tags all the way into Finland. Yeah, of course, of course. Anyways, ads are playing. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna play this video. Well, we actually watched all of it. Do I have any? I gotta get myself a drink. I want to have something happening. Click in that one. I have it here somewhere. I'm just gonna get a drink. It's gonna take me like 2 seconds anyways. This is the gameplay footage. Okay, give me like 30 seconds. I'm getting a drink. I'll be back. I'm back already. I'm here. I have no fear. I agree with you on the growth part, though. I'm just saying. It has to be done in a very specific way. It's different when you're like a bigger streamer. Then it's a very different approach. Candy taxes.
The raven always outsmarts the word.
I almost killed my channel many years ago when I moved over to stream more World of Warcraft, actually. Many years ago, Warlords of Draenor came out, and I decided that it was a good idea to try some variety streaming. I went from being able to sustain full-time to I am in panic mode, went over to go back to PoE. It was too late. My growth didn't recover fast enough. And I had to get a part-time job for 9 months to recover financially before I could go back into full-time streaming. That's what happened when Warlords of Draenor came out. How has it become so expensive to be a streamer? Expensive? No, it's just you gotta pay taxes. Did you make pizza for a living? No, I worked. I got a part-time job as a forklift operator back then, actually. And then before I went full-time with the stream, I was working part-time as a mechanical engineer. Where was I? Was your household name? Yes, but it was a little different when I did this back in Warlords of Draenor, but nowadays that's at 100% accurate, yes. So you made pizza for cars. If I made pizza for a living, now you're asking if I made pizza for cars. You seem just as obsessed with pizza as I am. Because pizza is love and pizza is life. But I failed to grasp why you're asking. Should I stream while moving those forklifts for maximum profits? Ha. Dude, anyone who's ever worked at a storage area... they know how fucked up it is to work at a storage area on a forklift. Because we had... And I mean, we had absolute fucking morons. I had a week off because my back was fucked after working with a forklift. No, it was not because I was lifting shit incorrectly. No, it's because one of the dudes decided to pull off a fucking pallet from a high altitude. And instead of bringing it down before he turned and started driving away, he just drove away as he was lowering it, like most morons do. And this pallet fell with, I don't know, a couple of 100 kilos worth of shit on it. And I managed to spot it and get almost out of the way. And I got this fucking thing hit the lower back before it hit the forklift, so I didn't get the whole weight on me. And I was gone for a week. Fucking morons. Absolutely insane to work with forklifts, dude. People are crazy. Isn't PoE2 risking the Souls-like endorsement? Not sure. Was the pallet full of pizza card boxes? I think that a pallet filled with pizza card boxes wouldn't reach a couple of 100 kilos weight. So no. Actually, maybe they would if it's stacked, but it's only like cardboard. I don't know. Forklift certified? Yeah, I have my forklift card here somewhere. What do I have clearance for? Is this it?
It is good to see.
I'm eligible. I'm certified to drive 1A, 1B, 3A, and 3B forklifts. But it's only oh, this shit only lasts 5 years. Oh. I only have this car is only legit for another a little over a year. I didn't even know that. You have to renew it? Yes, apparently. I didn't know. I haven't looked at that in years. Pizza with bones in it. Paper is heavy, dude. So I have a crazy story to tell you guys about, dude. I'm gonna pause the video, bro. I have this crazy story about cardboard. So cardboard is not just heavy; it's paper, right? Cardboard is sharp. Have you ever considered that cardboard is sharp? Like the edges of cardboard is sharp as fuck. Parkour? No. So in the old apartment, me and Hannah, we purchased an IKEA furniture. And as I finished it, I was starting to clean up. I didn't have any socks on. I accidentally kicked a piece of cardboard, and it literally cut my fucking big toe up just beneath the nail. I shit you not, it was like squirting blood all over the floor. And I just looked at it. I'm like, oh, that hurts. And then I started picking some shit up. And then Hannah was like, what the fuck? What are you doing? I'm like, what? And I looked down. There's just blood everywhere. And I was like, I was expecting a little pain. I just got a stubbed toe, on a fucking piece of cardboard. But no, it was blood fucking everywhere. It was insane. I had to stop the bleeding and shit. It was nasty. I shit you not. It was literally blood everywhere. Oh my God. On cardboard. Like, who the fuck cuts themselves on cardboard? Cut my food with a piece of cardboard. I don't have to wash it, just recycle a piece of paper. I mean, every time. Cardboard has a 100% chance of aggravated bleeding. It was crazy. Like, I was just staring at it. I was like, wow. I was just baffled. And then I was like, oh, Hannah, can you get me some paper? I gotta stop the fucking bleed here. That's fucked up, dude. Cardboard is made to be durable overall, can be extremely sharp. Yeah. That's nuts. Didn't feel pain when you axed your toe. Jesus. That sounds like my mother. My mother is it's a very special individual. So my stepdad's mother, she works with sculptures in bronze and stone. And she's, I don't know, 85 years old, 80, 85 or something. So she's literally, when she's making sculptures, this old lady, fantastic, I love her. She's using a fucking chainsaw, or like, not chainsaw, like this big ass fucking motorized saw, like it's a chainsaw, but for rocks. And I'm like, she slipped once, and this fucking chainsaw just went straight through a fucking foot. And like, she was almost like borderline dead. They fixed it, she survived and all that, it's all good. And like, shit you not, with like, I think it was like 3 weeks later, she still has all the fucking medical shit, like bandage and everything around it. My mother sits in a fucking dinner table with some relatives, and she says, well, now in hindsight, it's a pretty comical story. What part of this was comical? Except what you just said. It's like, what the fuck, man? Oh, man. Anyways, where was I? I feel like we were derailing. Pretty high percentage of doing it. 6-link bleed setup on that cardboard. It was crazy. Like it was painful, but I thought it was like a stub toe pain. So I didn't even care. I was like, you know, it hurt. Whatever. I kept doing what I had to do. It was cleaning up the mess after fixing the furniture. There's just blood everywhere. Insane. So be careful with cardboard cuts. They're nasty as fuck. And people can have in a group of PoE2. Couch co-op is 2 players, like you see here in the gameplay footage. And you can have up to 6 players. You can have 2 guys playing couch co-op with 4 other players. You can have 3 groups of couch co-op players as well. Like, they can all go together. But 6 is the max player count, so party count. Are you planning to post more couch co-op gameplay? If so, if more will get approved. I have 250 gig worth of gameplay footage of PoE2 from myself, and in combination or collaboration with a ton of other streamers. We went together and pooled all of our footages because we actually had an NDA on the Witch that was released later than the couch co-op NDA. So we basically grabbed a bunch of us streamers, went together, and basically they all said, well, GHAZZY just plays the Witch, we play the other things, then we just collect the footage together. So I didn't actually have time during the couch co-op to play anything else. I literally only played the Witch because of that. And then I used the other guy's footage for my first video, and then I used my own footage for the Witch reveal. It's kind of fun, but it also means that some of us streamers have access to a stupid amount of gameplay footage. Most of that has been approved by GGG to be used. But the thing is, if we use any content that they have not already pre-approved, we would need to finish the video, send it for approval. They will then need to look at the footage before they can approve of it, because there's some other, like, there were some bugs and issues during the playtest. They obviously, for marketing reasons, don't want that posted, and that makes sense. So I'm not sure if we would do that, because that would risk delaying videos, since they're pretty overrun with shit leading into the reveal for PoE2, I'm guessing. I got a donation on YouTube. 269 Swedish kroners. The cardboard must have been socketed with chance to bleed support. Hello from this cloudy afternoon. Thanks so much, dude. Appreciate that, man. Thank you, sir. God damn it. What is that? PoE2 mobile? No, this is couch co-op of PoE2. It's cross-platforms. This is exactly how it would look on PC as well.
The Growlwood has changed.
So there's that. So thanks so much, DJ. I appreciate it, gentlemen. Where was I? I was gonna do something. I forgot what it was. Maybe I should check if I can make another rune. I can. Let's do that. I don't have any food. I don't want to eat these. All right, hold on. I'm gonna type to a guy, see if he can hook me up with some fucking food. Exile pan. True, but I'm not going to do that if the point is to make runes. If the point is to make runes, then I don't want to use Exile pan. I actually have the spell, but I don't want to do that because I want to use it for what I don't even know what do the characters say? Is it Adore Mas Frigo to make these fucking runes? Like, that's what I'm trying to do right now. Oh, I can make another one. Yoink. Well, okay. It's a new server, and me and the boys that I play Tibia with off stream, we were like, you know what? Let's do the new server just for lulz. So we did, and I made a Druid. I never played a Druid before. I'm an old Tibia player too. I mean, feel free to join us. We're actually, last I checked, I think we're 35 people from our stream community that are playing fucking Tibia at the moment. On the main character, on Refugia, I'm level 507. But we're just doing some weird, stupid shit on our on new server right now. It's a really fun game. I haven't really had time because of the D4 launch and everything, but I played a little bit last night actually. That was really fun. About WASD, do we know if it's a toggleable feature or if we can alternate between mouse movement and WASD on the fly? I ask this because I feel like some boss mechanic would be easier to handle with WASD. I know you can change the settings in game between the two. I don't remember. I don't think you had to log out in and out for it. I had an interview in LA. I asked in the interview regarding the seamless switch between controller and mouse and keyboard. It's something Jonathan said it's something they want to have, but they didn't have it at the time. So I'm not sure how far that's gonna go. I mostly play 7.4, 7.6. Like I was a new player. I only played to like level 100 or like no wait 200 something back in the day, which was high, right? But now I haven't touched it in many years. And 4 years ago, we played it with a stream with some friends and whatnot on stream. And we got to like level 100 and then it kind of died off because we had a lot of other things happening and I didn't have time. And then now we picked those characters back up again. But we play on real servers, Mefnic. But yeah, I mean, if people want to join, they're more than welcome to. Give me a second. I'm getting a food delivery. Thank you. Thank you, Llama. Appreciate it, man. Bassfield. Nice. Appreciate it, man. There we go. Thank you. Wait, did he say he was gonna bring me more? Oh, he's getting some more. All right, thanks. Awesome, Malama. Thank you, dude. Dude, for the TLI in 4 days. I've seen and heard so much good shit about that. I have to look into it. There's we're actually talking to a company about a sponsorship for it, and if I do get the sponsorship for Torchlight Infinite, it's very likely that we'll be spending some proper time in there for sure. Like, the thing is with Torchlight to me is that they managed to schedule it so that I am always fucking overrun with other things I have to do, which makes it very hard for me to arguably stream it. But every time they've sponsored me, that's been very easy for me to say, okay, well, I'm getting sponsored. Now I actually have a reason as to why I should prioritize this over something else that I have to do. The problem is, every time I do that, I find myself enjoying the game so fucking much, I keep playing it for a goddamn week. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess we're doing this now. The game's great. I think Torchlight's fantastic. Pretty sure you can change the fly. That's what they're aiming for if they haven't sorted already, yes. So I did that in Diablo 4 a lot, where I could just switch between the controller and mouse and keyboard seamlessly, which was fantastic. Grindable pack spirits coming, yeah. The game GHAZZY is streaming is a video game with Path of Exile 2 gameplay, but that game is not even released yet. Correct. That's true. It's actually from the couch co-op footage that I did with a friend of mine who's not even a gamer, and he's playing a warrior. And he actually had a very easy time understanding and learning the game, which was pretty cool, actually. Let's see. It wasn't PS5, it was the performance.
The tree of soul. Those blue to
Was it on PlayStation?
The tree will protect those blue to release that beam.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember if it was PlayStation or Xbox, because we were given this is what we were given actually. We got a custom Xbox Elite controller that says Path of Exile 2, and it has these extra triggers in the bottom. Town portal on couch co-op. You only one to go back to the town. No, both would. Both would. Fake news that if we spend X amount of dollars, we get early access to PoE2. How to get PvE2 early access? We don't know exact details yet. What we do know is that they've said that they're gonna do it similarly to what they did with Fall of Oriath. And they've said that there's gonna be a supporter pack for it, and that if people have met a certain X amount of dollars spent during their lifetime in the game, would get immediate access. And then we don't know anymore after that. So that's confirmed, yes. They made a tweet about it. It's official. You don't happen to play Relera? What is Relera, Chuga? Relera. What is Relera? Oh, is that like an OT server or something? Depot. I don't know what Relera is. Tibia 8.0 opened a week ago. No, I play. I don't play that. I play on the official server. Thank you, Alama. Appreciate it, dude. All right, now we got food. All right. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. That should keep me covered for a while. The buttons in the UI are kind of square, circle. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's true. It was PlayStation. Yeah, you're right. You're right. They even posted themselves on the PvE website that high lifetime supporters get free access. Yeah. That's true, actually. 6 months to a year for early access. Aye. You think that PvE2 endgame builds will look like Diablo 2 endgame builds in terms of killing speed? It's impossible. We have no idea. I seriously doubt it will be different. Something I do want to tackle and discuss is actually the whole D4 approach of a builder-spender gameplay. And then that's one thing, like builder-spender gameplay. But most builds, if not all builds, wants to achieve a state in Diablo 4 where they no longer need the builder. In PoE 2, we don't really have a builder-spender, but the essential gameplay that they want to get from people is to have this combination of skills where you're using a volcano that you then trigger with the slams from the Druid bear form. Or in minions, you have bone spikes or bone shards or bone spears, whatever the fuck they were calling it, that you channel to shoot and create a debuff on enemies that makes them take increased damage for the next coming hits from your minions. Or provide a damage over time effect on an enemy, so when the enemy dies, it still has the damage over time effect, and you raise that corpse as a minion. The minion now will consistently continue to apply this damage over time effect on enemies for its remainder of its duration. Like, there's a lot of setup gameplay, which is, I guess, is like a pseudo way of builder spender, but it doesn't really feel like it in PoE. So, like, because I've always hated the idea of builder spender gameplay in D4, right? If I play a Quill Volley build, I want to use Quill Volley. I don't want to have to spend, 4 attacks, 5, 6 attacks on my basic attacks to get some resources to have enough to cast my actual ability once. Like, I don't want that, right? But in D4, the whole purpose of the way you play the game is to get gear and modifiers and levels that will allow you to never need to use the builder. But in the early game, you're expected to use a builder spender approach. Whereas in PoE 2, it seems like you are never going to move away from the idea of having the combination or setup playstyle of your abilities. What do you guys take on this? It's got a 25 PLN. What is that? PLN. What is PLN? Polish Slotty. Or is it pronounced Swatty? This is a wet. Z-W-O-T-Y. I got 25 PLN donate. Thanks so much. Have you ever thought about the mobile app that could be useful for PvE community? I have years of experience as a mobile dev and looking for ideas to contribute. A mobile app that could be useful for the PvE community. I think that there is a tremendous amount of third-party tools and websites as it is in PvE. I'm not sure what else you would have to do. I think that would be beneficial for the community right now. Like, I literally don't know what else we could use, and we have so much already. However, incorporating maybe one of those sites into a mobile app would be beneficial for the console gamer, especially PvE 2, I guess. I don't know. Is that PvE Druidic powers? Transformations, are they cool? No, I never got to play the Druid, actually. Never got to play it. Some skills that take longer time to pull up, while others are fast and safe to use. Doesn't have to be setting up enemies. You can use some skills to clear and others to burst. Well, both yes and no. We don't like the builder spender concept as D3. There were also ways around it. Critical mass, infinite archon, but Blizzard consistently nerfed fun from the game. Can I share PoE 2 Act 2 town theme from the community Discord with you? PoE 2 theme. Are you talking about this, like the music theme, or what are you talking about? Yeah, music for Act 2 Town. Like, I've listened to all of it. All of the music from what we have access to. Like, right now, I'd rather show gameplay footage, though. But I have personally listened to it, yes. The music is fantastic. Sound in general is fantastic. I wish they would give more info about early access, but they will on the reveal stream for it. Mana potion not builder spender. Mana potion I don't give a shit about. That has nothing to do with the gameplay loop of builder spender approach. Guild stash tabs gets transferred to PoE 2. That I don't think will happen because your guild is in PoE 1. And what you've purchased for your guild is for that guild. So I doubt that. In my opinion, PoE is also a builder spender, but you have to use pots in the early stage. You use your abilities through mana. I don't agree that it's the same thing. I think that, like, the builder spender is you have no other way of recovering resources other than you using a bad ability for your class or for your build. Whereas in PoE, well, you have access to mana flask if you need to. But you will always be using your main skill that you want to use damage with. So the gameplay change is enjoyable. Whereas in a builder spender approach, you have to use something you don't like to use the thing you do like. Till you have enough gear and levels to fix it. And that's kind of like, eh. I'm gonna be kind of mad at guild staff tabs don't transfer. I cannot say that it's not gonna happen, but you gotta keep in mind that if you want to have a guild in PoE 2, you're gonna have to make a guild in PoE 2. And what's there stopping you? Like, do you want them to connect that you have a guild with the same name or something? I don't know. I don't think you should expect them to have guild stash tab transfer. Early access is beta for the masses. Pretty much. For mid or later game, you can actually get rid of the mana flask to get more gear to circumvent that. Yeah. PoE 2 dev about guilds. Guilds carrying over, working between PoE1 PoE2. Guilds will. Oh, this is from Neg. This is Jonathan, by the way. Guilds will transfer. Guild tabs will transfer. I take it back. I take it back. And they want the chat to work within in the guild across PoE1 and PoE2 as well. What the fuck? I did not expect this. Wow. Bro. What? I did not expect to see that. Full release is about 6 months from EA. That's not confirmed, Mara. They've said that the early access should last. They're expecting the early access to last about 6 months or more. That's all I've seen or heard, unless I missed something. Dude, what the fuck is this? I have missed this. This was 10 months ago. Didn't they say they want to keep PoE1 alive even when PoE2 is out? So that's an interesting story or chain of events that happened. Essentially, do you guys remember what they've said when they first announced PoE2? What the plan was? They said separate campaigns, meeting in the middle for the end game. It's the same game, but 2 different campaigns. That's how it started. It was supposed to be an alternative campaign with the new classes and whatnot that you could play if you played that campaign, but the end game would merge in the middle and play together. That was the initial plan that they said. Then they made some crazy decisions where they were like, we can make this even better. But to do that, that would have to change the fundamental base of the game. Now they no longer could meet in the middle and play together. So now they had to make a separate game out of it. And then that changed. Because people refer to the initial plan as, well, that's not really Path of Exile 2. It's just that they're marketing that way, but it's actually called Path of Exile 4.0. But then they made some drastic changes in the revision with the game, which I think was a really good call. And now it will be referred to as PoE2 because it is actually a new game. And I think that was a good call. I did not expect to see this, though. Wow. Another 10 PLN. Down. Thank you, dude. Do you think the average player will manage WASD? Yeah, definitely. It actually felt better playing on WASD. It's just a flash keybind. It felt a bit off, I think. Not sure if they're planning on tackling that, though. No idea. Makes you wonder how far a company can stretch its cross-compatibility capabilities. Holy shit. That was hard to say. Chat thing blows my mind. How it will work while linking items. I mean, the chat system is just having that little aspect of the game communicate with a central hub. That's less mind-blowing in my opinion than them having the entirety of the guild stuff merged. Sounds to me like more of a mess, because I did not expect that at all. So I mean, PoE2 will have a significantly slower gameplay experience, and I'm not sure if a lot of people will like this or not. Because I think there will definitely be people that will not like the pacing of PoE2. But they said, to go back to what I wanted to tackle, was Cinda said, They wanted to keep PoE 1 alive when PoE 2 has out. So basically what they've said is that they want to keep doing 3-month cycle of leagues in PoE 1 whilst that PoE 2, and also doing spaced out or staggered launches of PoE 2 releases. And I'm like, that's fantastic. At the same time, hold on, I gotta think if I can say that. So what this is not confirmed information, but what I've been hearing behind the scenes is that it's the possibility of, or the risk rather, of delayed PoE 1 content during the early access. Now, whether or not that's actually true, or if that's the case, or that's actually going to happen, I have no idea. But that, to me, feels a bit, you know, whoa, what's happening? Because if there's going to be people that don't like PoE 2, that's going to happen. Will definitely be a player base that don't like the slower pace. And it's kind of awkward, in my opinion, because it's like, if they decide not to release more PoE 1 leagues during the time frame of early access, I don't know, dude, because we have the Christmas holidays coming up. And everybody knows the Christmas holidays is where people spend the most money, and that's where the advertisement money goes way high, and marketing budget goes crazy high, because everybody spends money in Christmas, because everybody's going to be fucking broke as shit during January and February. So them not releasing anything in December, to me, sounds crazy. But that's what I've been hearing behind the scenes. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. I have no idea. Are you concerned about PoE 2 difficulty? If PoE 2 is supposed to attract new players, will it be a problem? Okay, here. PoE 2, what they've done, from my experience, is that they have managed to make the game way more new player friendly without losing the essence of complexity for the veteran gamers. So what I'm showing you here is the witch side is the new skill gem option window you get when you make a new skill gem when you're playing a witch. The first thing you'll see is witch skills, right? I can choose these skills. All of these make sense. You can choose whichever you want to play with, and they would all make sense. And you can even click a little snippet. It's down here, the keybind for it, and it will actually show you a little video of that ability in action, so you know how it even looks, to help new and newer players understand whatever the fuck they're looking at, and how that will actually perform in combat. Up here, if you are a veteran player, you might want to deviate and play a witch, but maybe take a skill from the other classes, which you can do up here. That's a possibility. But the first thing the UI is doing is helping you navigate and recommending the abilities that is made specifically from the witch class. Same thing happens when you then take a support gem. The support gem will first list a recommended list of supports that will show you the skills you have socketed, which support gems is recommended for those skills. You can then press a button to move away from this, so you can use get another support gem you'd rather have if you understand the game. But the first thing the UI will do is show you these things. This makes the game significantly better and easier to understand. It's crazy. Let me just change the battery. So basically, it will show you all of these things and make it way more accessible for newer players without breaking the game's complexity and making the game, you know, D4. For lack of better words. So if I think that it will be too hard for newer players, no, I don't think so. Does this prevent having transfigured gem style mechanics similar but different skills? I have no idea. I just got a message from Hannah that she had just finished cooking food. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you guys keep watching this video. And I'm going to go get some food real quick and I'll bring it over. So I'll be back in like... Ads are about to start to play anyway. So I'll play the ads. I'll play the video. I'll go get the food and I'll be back in like 3 minutes.
Very loud and very dull.
Tacos. Hallelujah. I got tacos. Where was I? Where was I? Uh, there we go. Talking about it. Thank you very much, Cinda. All right, I'm actually just gonna eat my food, so we can just do this real quick. So let's just enjoy the gameplay footage. I'll eat my food, and then we'll actually start tackling the first topic, which is this. That's why we're watching the Minion gameplay footage right now. First, I'm gonna make some runes in this fucking game. Choomp. All right, let's go. Tatia's last night burrito is amazing. I bet. All right.
The tree of souls must bend to my will.
Where have you been? Well, we could sorely use you.
Oh yeah. I actually have some crazy. Let me eat my food, and I'll talk about some crazy things that's happening.
It's fine work, Father. I still have much to learn.
Exactly.
You're alive. Welcome.
Have you guys noticed that? I'm not sure. I've had American tacos, and it's like you can eat a bunch of them. Like I can eat 5, 6, 7 tacos in the U.S. easily if I'm really hungry. Maybe not easily, but if I'm really hungry. In Sweden, the way we have like our homemade tacos, you're full on 2. It doesn't matter who you're asking. You are going to be full on 2 tacos. 100%. Full on 2 tacos. That's it. Hannah gets full on 2 tacos. She doesn't fill them as much as I do. I fill them pretty much. A lot. But I get full on 2. Can anyone in Scandinavia tell me that's not true? You get full on 2 tacos. No matter what you do. 2 tacos, you're full. Is guys from Italian background? No, I'm not. That is so true, yeah. I don't have Italian background. I'm actually a racist Nazi and a sand nugget. So Swedish, German, and half Persian, actually. So it's a really healthy mix. If there's ever a world war of any of those reasons, I can always be on the winning side. That's wild to say. Glad I clarified it was a joke. Being myself, man. Germany always on the wrong side of history, though. I'm not sure if I agree with that. Engineering, history of engineering, cars. Germany's fucking amazing. That shit. People take things too seriously. True. Did you just say Hitler was a fine lad? That's not what I said. No. I don't even know how you make that sound. Jumbo with 5 PLN dono. Thank you, dude. He Austrian though, no German. True, actually, yeah. Controller gameplay looks smooth. Controller was actually really nice. Not gonna lie. They were too advanced, too powerful, and too good at the same time. Or at that time. They almost took the world, but they were flagged for PvP and the server got them. That is the most gamer version, description of World War II I've ever seen. Are you playing right now? No, this is video footage. Holy shit, what's happening? Damian Dammer gifted a membership sub on YouTube. Holy shit. I have one more taco to eat. One more taco. I ain't still my dude. I gotta make it ruin here and eat my fucking ham. Sorry, not like it. Inventory management controller better than PvE1. I never played PvE1 with a controller. Actually. Never. Best minion build to do tier 17 in hardcore. Spectre Doriana's prototype properly set up, or Spectre Svalin in the stand, the Spectre ward tank, probably. Which characters are yours? All of them. My buddy is playing a warrior. You dual wield scepters? No, I tried actually. You can. The skill tree swap weapons will allow for skeleton blood golems? No idea. Since minions are reserving spirit, we'll talk about it after I'm done eating. I'm almost done. Croc, what I said is that I tried dual wielding scepters in the playtest, but you cannot. No. Don't know, Luke. I didn't try. I would assume so, Sora, yes. The second bar below the mob health is stagger. If you fill it up, the target becomes staggered. The seamless switching is insane. I tried it in D4. It's crazy. All abilities have a lot of action. Have a lot of buttons. This is couch co-op that we did in the last LA playtest, yes. Well, this is the last piece I have, alright? Just a couple bites. So what happened here, actually, let's do this way. What happened here, I actually clicked on an uncut skill gem. And what happens here? Nippy Man, thank you so much for the 43 months, man. Thank you, dude.
Thank you for the content, Captain.
What happened here is actually, let's see if I used it in my left hand. Whoa, fucking hell. Burping. Thank you so much, Nip, man. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. So this is showing me recommended. I'm using an uncut support skill gem. So now the game is showing me recommended support gems. And up here, I can cycle which ability I want to check. And the game is now showing me which support gems would be recommended and that works for the abilities that I have socketed. If I press another button down here, I would be able to show all support gems. This is one of those things that really, really, really makes it easy for new and newer players to not fuck up their characters on the first go. Because the game will directly navigate and teach them or show them this is the recommended approaches for the stuff. Which I think is fantastic. What timestamp is that? I'm gonna type that down. Holy shit. Where? That's a step in the right direction? I think so, yeah. I got like 2 bites left. No idea, Damien. I have no idea, dude. Still fuck up your passive stream? Not really. There are no life nodes on the tree. It's only quality of life, speed, or damage increase. And you can respec it with gold. Like, the game is made so much easier for new and newer players. Well, I'm done eating. Yes, this is the witch. If I think it's gonna be OP, I mean, considering we have no idea how the enemy will look and gearing, and we haven't seen all of the skill trees, it's impossible to know it's OP or not. I'll tell you this: the ranger was OP as fuck. The monk Bell was stupidly OP during the playtest we had back in June. We don't even know if that's gonna be the same thing. Oh, that's another thing I want to show you. Watch this. Watch this. Okay, so what happened here is that I identified this item. Look at this button here. Alright, let me just type here. Okay, so see this button? Compare. This allows me to compare with my other items, right? However, this, when you're comparing them, I'm currently wearing a tattered robe. But in this menu, this is on a controller though. This will be way easier on a mouse and keyboard. All of these words that are underlined, you can't really see it that well here, right? That's the button here says expand. So if I look at the armor and I click expand, the game will explain exactly what armor does for me. If I go to energy shield, it will explain everything about the energy shield. It will explain stun threshold. So all of these specific keywords, you can actually get direct information in detail in game, which we don't have in PoE 1, which has been a big problem with PoE 1. The lack of guidance and direct information to help players understand whatever the fuck they're doing. All of that is covered, to my experience, of course, so that the new player can actually learn and understand these things in PoE 2. Like, all of these things is the main reason why I think that PoE 2 is so fucking good for new player acquisition and getting new and newer players into actually understanding the game. It's all available in-game. They are not requiring you to go to a third-party site or tool to learn these things. And I think that is super, super important, personally. How much mana does this cost, actually? 530? Oh. So I think that's really important, personally. So they've managed to find this way of providing this type of easy accessible information to the players without hurting the complexity and the essence of Path of Exile. That's why I'm so fucking excited for this game, dude. Someone said you can still fuck up your skill tree. You can respec nodes from your skill tree with gold. That's the first thing. The second thing to keep in mind is that besides being able to respec for gold, there is 0 life modifiers on the skill tree. However, there are some energy shield and armor nodes in there. The rest of it is the quality of life, mana-oriented nodes, keystone, speed, and attack damage, or not just attack damage, but damage for either attack spells, crits, or specific weapons or minions, for example. There is no life on the tree. So if your character doesn't have enough HP, that's your gear being the issue. This allows players to have a completely fucked up skill tree and still obviously probably be struggling a bit, but you wouldn't be fucking over your character entirely. Whereas in PoE 1, if you don't have X amount of life nodes as a newer player for at each point of the acts as you progress through the game, you're gonna die a lot as a new player. Do I lose XP and death anymore? I'm not sure about that part yet for the higher content because we haven't seen it yet. Tell them about the attributes, how it works. I think I have that here somewhere. $123.18. This. When you level up and you take a pathing node, you actually says +5 to any attributes. First off, again, you can look at this detailed keyword for more information. When you spec into one of these nodes, you actually get to manually choose whether or not you want dexterity, intelligence, or strength. You choose that yourself, which I think is really nice. 123.18, thank you. 123. So there's a lot to it. You know, like bind Scepter skill gem during the Spectre? No, I did not. I did not have access to that during the playtest. They showed it to me though, and I was like, motherfucker. Fantastic. Did Jonathan also mention that swapping out attribute for another one of that node will cost less gold to respec? I don't remember that, so I can't say. I'd rather not say things that I don't know for 100% certain is a fact. And if it's not fact, then I will clearly say that. And I don't know because I haven't heard that myself. Okay, let's see. Where was I? Like, if you guys have any questions, let me know. I'll answer them to the best of my capabilities. And then once the video is over, we're going to go through the topics, starting with comparing PoE minions with PoE 1 and PoE 2 minions. And we'll go through the topics that way, one step at a time. The new skill tree is semi-completed, or is it changing often? The skill tree in PoE 2, we were told not to show it off in detail because of the simple fact that a lot of the nodes were just not working because they just said that they're not implemented. They weren't done with it. So obviously they didn't want us to show video footage of shit that's not done. I do have a video recording from another streamer that literally made a recording of hovering over every single fucking node of the entire tree. And last I heard from the guys who played in Sao Paulo for the games there, and from another guy that I talked to that played in Tokyo for the game show, they've already confirmed that some of those nodes have changed and some have moved places. So it doesn't really matter. No, I have no idea where they're going to land on the skill tree. I do even have access to Path of Exile 2. I do not. This is a recording from the playtesting I did back in LA in June. And this video is posted on YouTube, actually. I posted, we posted a video of 2.5 hours worth of content. Got another hour. So basically, I'm just seeing if there's anything we want to tackle and discuss during this gameplay footage, and if answer any questions. And then once the footage is over, we're going to tackle a couple of other topics that's not in the video. Fun fact about PoE 2 skill tree: each passive wheel has a design that makes you already think about what the point to do in that area. Now, if you notice this, I did not think about that now. How long do you think the beta will last until full release? I have no idea. At the very least 6 months at least. That's what I think is the bare minimum. Dev said many new players find PoE 2 easy compared to PoE 1 veteran. I think that it's a fun topic actually, because when we first played PoE 2, we only had access. How did the Minion AI feel? Let's start with that question actually. The way the combat... Actually, hold on. I got a message from Jonathan about that because I talked to him the other day about it. Hold on. Let me ask that question first. Let me just read this real quick. Here, watch the video whilst I read this.
tales of black thaumaturgy.
Okay, so the playtest I did, there were some targeting issue, and I've been talking to Jonathan about Minion AI, and the discussion I had with him yesterday was apparently there have been quite a few AI improvements to the AI I experienced in the playtest that you're actually watching right now. And one of the things that stood out the most to me, I'm going to open another link that I sent him with, which I think is timestamped. The tail end. Oh, actually, we're about to get to the timestamp. Okay, so it's a good timing with this, because 4 minutes after this video, you will see this. So what happened here? That guy. Did you see it? Not sure if anybody saw it. Watch the skeleton that's gonna stand here. Or here, actually. No, where the fuck? Oh, it's over here. He's gonna stand here. That's the position the skeleton's gonna stand. It's an archer skeleton. There. This guy is having not a super slow, but it's a slower-ish wind up of an attack. He pulls the arrow back. It channels some energy. He's trying to shoot at this guy who is mobile, currently in motion, running towards my melee skeleton. He shoots, and the projectile hits the fucking pillar. I was like, okay, you know what? He's just leading the shot. The guy moved behind a pillar. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Watch the next shot. Watch this shot here. He is now repositioned. This guy has not moved. He's in the same position as before. This guy has now moved to be in line of sight of them. Watch the projectile. It hits the edge here, and the projectile disappears and actually doesn't do any damage. I was told that this has been looked into and fixed. But that's something we looked into when it comes to the AI. I did not notice any of this when I played it. I only noticed this after reviewing and watching the footages multiple times over. Because it was very rare that it happened. And they've looked into it and fixed it. So when it comes to the Minion AI, I would never notice it. No, I didn't notice it either when I played. It was something I noticed after like hard digging into certain topics. Like I've watched these footages so many times over that I'm probably responsible for at least 1,000 of these views. Like that's how it feels. And every time I watched it, I had a single purpose of I'm looking for this or that or this specific thing. And one of the times I watched this footage, I specifically only stared at the AI and behavior of the minions, and that's how I saw it. So essentially, the Minion AI feels really good, and the purpose that what they've done with the Minion AI here is that you're kind of meant to have a set of minions that are melee oriented, and then you can have a set of minions that are ranged oriented to do damage from the back line. And the idea is that the melee minion is supposed to take the aggro and make mobile enemies stop moving to actually be stationary in front of you so that the ranged guys can hit them effectively. That's kind of like the idea they have behind this. But again, I haven't seen the SRSs in action. I haven't seen Spectres. I haven't seen the Skeletal Cleric, which actually heals your minions. So there's a lot more to it. But that's what I've seen and the experience I have. The other question I was going to answer was, the dev said many new players find PoE too easy compared to PoE 1 veteran. Now, here's the thing. In the couch co-op that you're actually seeing me play right now, this footage, the guy on the right, his name is Johan. He's a very, very good friend of mine. We've been friends for, I don't know, 20 years, 15 years, something like that. Fantastic guy. I fucking love this dude. He's finished 2 games in his entire life. Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 and Diablo 1. He has barely touched any game for many, 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 many years. And the last time he played a game before this was Super Mario Party on the Switch that I forced him to do because he was over. We had some friends over and we were eating snacks. We were going to watch a movie, decided to play Mario Party together with the boys, and he was there. And I forced him to play it. So he's not a gamer. Needless to say, he's not a gamer, okay? And he sucks dick. Not sucking dick, but like sucking. He's bad at playing games, is what I'm trying to say. And I did not guide him or help him play in the game. I only helped him when he specifically asked for help. That's the only time I answered his questions. Because that's why I invited him over for this event when we flew over to LA. I specifically wanted to see how easy would someone that is so far away from a gamer be able to grasp, understand, and enjoy Path of Exile 2. It was like the biggest problem he had was just the controller, because he's not a gamer. So but to be fair, I also had those issues because I hadn't touched a controller game like that in fucking 10 years. So we both were like struggling with keybinds on the controller till we got the grasp of it. But he fully understand how to navigate and how to play the game very fast and very effectively without guidance from my side. And that's kind of where I was like kind of set to the idea that this game is actually going to be very good for new and newer players. I was not expecting that to be my experience, but now after seeing that in action live, that's exactly how I feel about it, which is insane. I think that's all the questions, right? Did I miss anything? That sounds amazing. I think so, yeah. It was such a crazy experience for me to sit there like in the couch with him playing this game. And I was like looking at him, waiting for him to ask me a ton of questions. He's like just fucking rolling it. I'm like, what? What are you doing? You know? And we had a blast. But that's also why my footage, when I play the Witch, were pretty far behind the other guys in terms of how far into the acts we got. And that is because I play with someone that new, and the other guys played with veteran players, so they were blasting through the content. That's also why we were helping each other out with the streamers to get footage, so we all could use each other's footage. Most of the Witch content that you see from the other streamers, and not all, of course, but most of it is actually my gameplay footage, which is pretty cool, actually. We all helped each other out, and the footage that I've used is not my own for the non-Witch class. Because I was told to focus on the Witch, because we had a later NDA on the Witch. So I did that, so everybody could use my footage. And the other guys did the other ones without touching the Witch, so I could use their footage. So we just helped each other out that way. It's pretty fun, actually. Let's see. You have agency in PoE 2, so new player are more used to that. PoE 1, your stats do so much of the heavy lifting, it's hard to outplay you a lot because the combat is simple. Well, the game is reactive in PoE 2. Whereas in PoE 1, the game is extremely proactive. You're expected to understand and know shit before shit happens. Let me say and respond to Hannah. How many people do you think will play on launch, not early access, but launch 1.0 day? I have no idea. That will depend on the quality of the early access and the what's going to happen in that sense first. That's what I think. Here we go. Easy time with it, probably because they did not have preconceived notions. Right, I was going to say that. So when at ExileCon, when we first played PoE 2, I will shit you not, everyone, there was not a single person that did not do this mistake. Everyone played the game with a PoE 1 mentality. And what I mean when I say that is that we would walk in and we would essentially just... Jesus Christ, I need to get a haircut. We would walk around and we would grab a large chunk of enemies, group them up, then AoE them down. That's how you play PoE 1. You do not fight a couple of mobs thinking they're scary. You would group them up and AoE them. Every single one at ExileCon, when we first had a chance to play this, fucking died a miserable death from getting stun locked to death. Now, they did actually fix some of the stun locking stuff. But we all fucking died, okay? Immediately. Understanding that in the fights, even at early levels, you gotta have some goddamn respect for it. And I think that newer players going into the game will not have that mentality and actually be able to enjoy the game immediately at a higher level. Because my first reaction was like, what the fuck? You know, am I going to have to be afraid of 3, 4, 5 white monsters now? But obviously, as you level up, that changes as you progress. But it was pretty crazy. I feel they're doing a good job at PvE with telegraphing big hits so you can react appropriately. I think that they're doing that in a much better way than what they're doing in D4, because I'm not a big fan of the way telegraphing abilities look in like Final Fantasy, for example, because I feel like that's kind of meh. So I think that what they've done in PoE is way better. I found where Jonathan mentioned respecing attributes. If you wanted to see a clip from you to Cast Matters interview at Gamescom, incoming hyperlink. That could be good, actually. Thank you, sir.
The other thing is, of course, yes, we now have the ability to specify what attribute.
See, this is what I was talking about. You select the attributes. You get to choose if you want strength, dexterity, intelligence.
And is that for all the travel nodes? Yeah, every travel node is like this. Yeah. And you can actually respec them without having to unspec down to them either. So you can change what attributes you have on the tree just using gold if you want. Okay.
There you go.
The other thing is...
So essentially, you don't even have to respec down to that point. You can just change what the attribute is doing if you want to change on the fly. That's actually pretty cool. I missed that. Let's see. Where was I? It was this footage, right? I think I got all the questions. Otherwise, just ask me again. I'm going to play the video, and I need to take a toilet break, so ads are about to play. So I'm going to play the ads. If you're not a subscriber, hold on to something. I'm going to keep playing the video, and I need a toilet break because nature's calling, and it's knocking on the door, and I got to go. Have fun. shit, sorry about that. Apologize, a little mini break. Okay, no. This is not live gameplay. No. Not live gameplay. I just had to take a very quick toilet break. Let's put it that way. They share anything about the ascendancies yet? Not that I know of, no. How do you feel about the monk class?
Welcome to the crew.
The difficulty of Pro 2 is going to make it hard to get new players stick by it. Luckily I made my friends promise to try it when announced. Easy.
Random Sensor, thanks so much for the 27 months. I'm curious, have you played PoE2? Have you tried it? But you're saying no, but you've said that the difficulty of PoE2 is going to make it hard to get new players to stick by it. I think that PoE2 will attract new players and keep them playing way more than if they try PoE1. So I disagree that the difficulty is going to make people not play it. Like, I've played it several times. It's harder, yes, but it's also way better at helping new players understand what they need to do. And I definitely think that PoE2 will have a much better way of making new players try the game out and actually stick by it than compared to PoE1. That's my genuine take, at least. No, Drop the Illusion, it is not, no. How do you feel about the monk class? Also, can you brick builds in PoE2? I'm sure you can find a way to brick it, but it's much harder to brick a build in PoE2 than it is in PoE1. I think it's definitely more forgiving. I definitely think that there will be, just like even D4, Diablo 4 is essentially very hard to fuck a build up, but you'd still be better off following a guide if you want to do metagaming. It's all up to you if you want to or not. People say the same thing about Elden Ring. Well, Elden Ring is actually hard compared to PoE, though. Let's be real. Like, I've played it. I killed Millennia in 170 deaths, and it took me a lot more for the last boss in the DLC. Does anyone have the clip of me killing the DLC boss in Elden Ring? Anyone? Does anyone have that clip somewhere? Such a big effort to make the game more appealing to new players? Oh, for sure. 100%. I mean, it seems easier in the amount of knowledge needed, but harder mechanically. That's true. That's very true, Svensson. Absolutely. 100%. D4 has way more endgame than PoE and PoE2 combined. Huh? I must have misread that. You said... Wait, hold up now. Hold up, boys. D4 has way more endgame than PoE and PoE2 combined. Yeah, I don't know how to respond to that. Let's just click play here. Be nice. Okay, guys, be nice. Be nice. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion. We don't have to be rude to them. Okay. There's no point. Like this channel, we're supposed to have a nice, warm and welcoming community in here. Okay, so no need to be rude. Okay. I obviously heavily disagree with his statement, but let's not be rude. And he's probably trolling. Let's move on. Jesus Christ. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I actually have fun with Diablo 4. I mean, I'm enjoying playing Diablo 4, especially now with expansion. There's a lot of issues with it, but I'm having fun. I'm actually enjoying Diablo 4. I am. I think Diablo 4 is finally a good game. Not great, but it's a good game. That's my opinion. And there's a lot of people who disagree with me on that, but I think so. But more endgame? No. Not even close. Oh, shit. Ain't good, I'd say, but their character balance were actually horrid. But that's because the game is based around bugs.
Welcome.
Kickapoo with a gifty. Thank you, dude. Thank you.
23 gifted a tier 1 sub to Fishy 90. They have given 21 gift subs in the channel.
Thanks, Sammy Kickapoo. Appreciate that, dude. Hi guys, I have a question. Playing a Chaos Zombie build at the moment. So there are two versions of poison and non-poison. Did you ever played it? You can maybe explain to me the difference. It's a bit confused because I think all Chaos Being builds are always poison. That's because they are currently, in the current state of PV1, outperforming non-poison. I think zombie builds in general are very, very niche, and they don't really do that well in terms of performance compared to other builds. The problem with zombies and golems is why play it when you can just play Zoomancer. That's always going to be the problem with those two builds, at the moment at least. You can, but you're not going to compete. You like the currency orb look revamped? I think they added a nice flair to PvE2. I could care less of them changing the way certain orbs look. I think that the reason for them to do it is to modernize it. Get a touch of a little tune-up of the graphics in general. That includes the icons of how orbs look and whatnot, which makes sense. I genuinely don't give a fuck. Like, it's the same thing like the Diablo 4 campaign, for example. A lot of people hated the campaign. I understand why, simply because the story writing was fucking atrocious, in my opinion. But here's the other part of it. I actually enjoyed playing the Diablo 4 campaign more than I did the original campaign. The gameplay and actual experience of playing through it was way better, in my opinion. Story? Shit. But do I care about lore? I spent a handful of hours playing the campaign in D4, and I've spent a handful of hours experiencing the campaign in Path of Exile 1. PoE 1. But here's the thing. That's a very, very small fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the amount of hours I've spent playing the game. Do I care about lore? No, I really don't give a fuck. That's not why I play ARPGs. I love the music, especially from like Diablo Tristram, for example. Fantastic music. Here's what I did when I played Diablo 2. I had music on when I started the game so I could listen to the intro. Then you hear boing when you teleport into the game. Then I turned off the sound and I started some fucking rock and roll and metal music on Spotify, or actually back then it was Winamp, and we played that music. Granted, your computer wasn't bricked from downloading all the shit from LimeWire already at that time, but you know, that's what I did. And then I played the game because I couldn't be arsed to listen to zoom, 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 zoom with my fucking Sork teleporting to Pharmashako. So I mean, that's how you most of us veterans experienced and played ARPGs. We don't listen to the music all the time. We turned off the fucking sound. We didn't play it for the lore. We played multiple hours without going through the campaign. We did everything but those things. And that has led to me not really giving a fuck about the lore either. So it's like, that's not why I play it. It's the gameplay experience, the gameplay loop that I'm interested in. But, you know, each to each their own, right? Skill trees are constantly changing the singing. Not finalized. I have a question for you boys. Which game has the best storyline? If I say WoW, StarCraft, and Diablo. Which game? Just spam up the chat. I want to know. Which game do you consider to have the best storyline? Or lines, I guess. Final Fantasy. That's not in the list, Bagram. I'm talking WoW, StarCraft, or Diablo. StarCraft because it ended. That's kind of true. It's actually kind of true. I would actually love to see them make a movie of StarCraft, because the closest movie we have to a proper StarCraft movie is Starship Troopers. Now, to be fair, Starship Troopers is a fucking great fucking movie. But my take is StarCraft. 100%. StarCraft is one of the very few games that is not an RPG game that I exclusively play for the lore. Well, I'm not sure about the story, like the facts here, but wasn't there like supposed to be some sort of collaboration with Warhammer and StarCraft? Wasn't that supposed to be a thing? You just want to see Kerrigan evolve? My two favorite game characters that has ever been made in the history of games is Sylvanas and Sarah Kerrigan. Those are my two favorite characters that has ever been made in any game that I've ever touched. Those two are my favorite characters. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I had for the longest time a wallpaper.
Welcome to the crew.
Next time I say I appreciate it, man.
39 months.
I had the coolest wallpaper ever. That was of Sylvanas and Sarah Kerrigan. Let's see if I can find it. I had it for years. It looked something like this. Not really like this, but it was basically something like this. I can't find it. It was so fucking cool. I can't fucking find it. It was so cool. Illidan is a close second. Illidan? Yeah. Irony, World of Ray class equals WoW. Yeah, when is PoE gonna make an MMO game? Hello? Gul'dan is my favorite. Rumors Warcraft was originally supposed to be a Warhammer licensed game. StarCraft was inspired by Warcraft, so it goes. Okay. PoE 2 next month. The what? We're getting it early access on 15th of November. Here's the thing, boys. November 15th, I will be hosting. And I can't believe I'm saying this because I literally was checking in on Aaron's subathon he was running, because I'm going to run an uncapped subathon. And he's currently up on like 30 days streaming, or 31 days streaming. So I'm probably going to get fucked for doing this. But I am going to run an uncapped subathon. Starting with November 15th, early access. Now, we had a sub goal on the stream, which we hit. Actually, I should probably take that away because we already hit it. So we had a sub goal. My little sister is flying down to stay at my place for a week. So when I have to sleep during the subathon, she will be playing. She will be playing. So I'll try to minimize the amount of hours the stream will have of me not being here actually playing. So I'll play PoE 2 for as long as I can until I have to sleep. And then my little sister will take over and play. And we're going to rinse repeat that. So we're going to run an uncapped subathon on November 15th. And I am currently in the process of her own character. Yes, I cannot do account sharing. That's against the US. And she's never played Path of Exile before. So I hope you guys can help her out. So that's the plan. And we're going to set up some fucked up sub goals. So I asked my little sister to spam me up with some ideas that she could be down for with sub goals. And the list she sent me was waxing my leg, which I've already done once, and the hair's not even grown back. She wrote that she would cut my hair on stream. Hot chili challenge, and there's a couple of other things, but those were the big ones that she suggested. So I'm like, yeah, she starts to sound more like you guys. So I think you guys will be able to get along pretty well. So that's happening on November 15th, by the way. Also, it's jacuzzi season here in Sweden very soon. So we might hit up that hot tub and put that up as a goal as well. Because it's cold as fuck outside now. So I'll probably in the coming days maybe do some chat-inspired sub goals or something for the subathon. And then I will set everything up and prep it for the actual event. Because I know we jokingly said it, but I've been told several times that I should get... I can't believe I'm saying this, but some people suggested that I should get like an inflatable... some sort of inflatable fucking banana or something. And apparently I'm supposed to type people's subs on this inflatable shit in the hot tub or something. So there's a lot of those things happening, apparently. So we'll be setting up some sub goals. Last time I did a hot tub stream, or the first time and only time I've ever done it, I was dressed in a French-made outfit. Now, I will say this, though. When I streamed my hot tub stream, I was the most viewed hot tub and bathtub streamer on the entire directory on Twitch. So clearly, I outperformed the chicks. So apparently, I'm good at it.
My family! This doesn't make any sense! They're dead! Those bastard Eternals! I must make them pay! I must make them suffer!
I realize his channel is not about minions, clearly. Now we'll be setting that up. That we're actually looking to do an uncapped subathon for the PoE 2 early access on 15th of November. So that's gonna happen. So hope you guys are ready for it. When are you selling bathwater merch? Do I look like Belle Delphine? Didn't she get sued or something? Because it didn't say don't drink it on the bottles or something?
They
and people drank it.
control you.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Like, I don't know. People are so fucking weird. People genuinely drank it. Like, what the fuck, man? GHAZZY. Okay. Anyway, apparently we're doing something. We're doing setting up some sub goals at least for this Idiocracy event. So it's gonna happen one way or another, I guess. But we're gonna set that up. So the only thing that I was talking to Aaron about this, and I said I was terrified of doing it because what happens if that subathon lasts a month? That's the only thing I'm terrified of when it comes to like uncapped subathon. But we'll do it. I'm gonna set everything up and apply it the best I can, and I'll do everything I can for it. We'll see. But there's some crazy stuff's gonna be planned for it, and we'll set some crazy shit up. What currency orb survived the transfer in PoE 2? Because I remember. Okay, let's talk about that. That's a good topic. Crafting in PoE 2. There is not a single thing of crafting in PoE 2 that they've said that will remove modifiers from an item. The idea of crafting in PoE 2 is that the crafting material used for your item should never make the item lose modifiers. Now, the item can be turned worse, like a Chaos Orb actually removes a random mod from the item and adds a new one. That's the only thing that removes something that I've seen. Everything else you do on crafting in PoE 2 adds some modifier one way or another. So that's what they've done. So the idea is that all crafting in PoE 2 is meant to make the item stronger. That's what they've said. I have no idea, Diamond. We have no idea. I'm assuming so. That's all I know. That's all I've been told.
Yes.
Yeah, the idea for crafting is to make it so that players can't make an item, will have a very significantly lower risk of making an item worse when they're crafting something. Which is good for new and newer players. But it'll be very interesting for the veteran player base. Those scours, for example, are gone. And my understanding, so is a null orb.
This. So if we.
Give me money. What's up, Mike? How you doing, dude? Bro, I wasn't supposed to have a character called Give Me Money that I was gonna play on. Like, this started as a little fun, stupid project, okay? We were just gonna have fun for like a day or two. And then we decided to like do this more, and we're having a fucking blast whenever we've had a chance to play. But now my character's name is Give Me Money. Okay? It's not my fault, okay? So don't give me shit for it. What server is that? Bravoria. It's a new server. We're not playing that much there. We play... You can type exclamation mark Tibia, dude. We actually play on our mains on a server called Refugia. That's where we have like 30, 35 people from our community that's actually actively playing. It's actually pretty fun. We have a guild and everything. If you guys want to join, you're more than welcome to. We're having a blast. When there's no launches happening, like right now, I'm doing this. I'm chilling and doing my D4 guides, and then I'll play Tibia when I have time. And we're just having a blast with the boys, literally, like just chilling and enjoying ourselves. But we did make a new character on a new server just for funs, and it ended up with the stupidity that we're doing now. Oh man, actually, hold on, I gotta. Can I see on guild stats? Hold on. Let's see. Give me Mooney. What? I can't see the character on guild stats yet. Huh? There are 4 O's in that. Can't find it. That's weird. Let's put it this way. I have died a grand total of 8 times on my main character, and it's level 500 something. 8 times I've died. I have died a lot more on that new character, I can tell you that much. Made a point of crafting philosophy in PoE 2 seems to be that it's super difficult to go back in crafting. Yes. Want to pick up items no matter that you then try to enhance. Correct. And I think that's a good system because now items on the ground becomes attractive. And that's something PoE 1 has a big issue with. What game is this GHAZZY's playing with the minions? It's a very old MMO game, MMORPG game from '97. It's inspired from Ultima, the old Ultima games. And 6 months after Tibia came out, RuneScape came out. So in Europe, it was kind of split between people playing RuneScape and Tibia, whereas in America, the US was a lot of RuneScape players, and South America was more Tibia players. And I ended up playing Tibia back then. This is PoE 2. This is gameplay footage from PoE 2 playtest couch co-op in LA back in June, yes. We have no idea how the mapping system or the endgame system looks in PoE 2 yet. I've not seen anything of it yet. Is PoE 2 supposed to be as loot restricted as Ruthless or somewhere in between? It's nowhere near Ruthless. You can't compare that. Your class is still gender lock. Yes. They still gender lock. I understand. I think this is such a weird topic to have in an ARPG game. As us on YouTube speculate that GGG will drop some big news on October 23. Yeah, the game's been out for 11 years then. So I'm going to log into my character in PoE. And let's see. Someone tell me what class this character is. Tell me what class or gender this character is right now. What is this? This is a female? It's a witch? It is a witch. Actually, I had to check. Okay, now that we know that this is a witch. Tell me what gender this class is. Actually, better yet, tell me what class this is. Let's do this. Tell me what class this is. Or tell me what gender this class is. Anyone? Tell me what class this is. Anyone? I never understood the idea. Never understood the idea of caring about the gender of a class in an ARPG. I just never understood it.
I don't know. It's in.
I understand people having class fantasies. I get that. That's fine. For RPG games, this is an A RPG. There's an A before that. And the A stands for asexual because all ARPG veterans are virgins. So instead of saying we're virgins and we can't get laid, we hide behind the fact that we are in fact, we just say that we're asexual. That's what the A stands for. Am I wrong? Correct? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Now, in D4, the graphics and character design is crazy cool. Like, it really is. But I can't see. Well, in Diablo 4, is less about the MTXs and more about damage numbers covering the entire screen. But it's like, I can't see there. So what's the point? It's an ARPG. It's not an RPG game. I will put it this way. I do give a shit about character design when it comes to RPG games. When I play Baldur's Gate, I'd like to make my character in the fantasy type or whatever idea of how I would like to play that character. Its personality, everything that I want that character to be of an individual, I'd like to be having full control over. That's an RPG game. For an ARPG, I really give less. I could not care less. Like, I don't know if it's possible to care less. And yet people keep asking about it. Like, oh, is it still gender locked? I'm like, it's an ARPG. Options is a good thing. I don't mind there being an option. That's always better, I guess. But that being a priority to make happen, I don't think it's I think that people can ask about it. Sure, absolutely. I just think it's weird when people think it, like, demand it out of the game. I think that's my problem. I'm not saying that this person here in chat asking about it is a problem. I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem comes out when there are those individuals that basically says that it's really bad that you can't control it. I don't agree with that. I think, yeah, sure, it would be better if you could, but like in the end, it really doesn't matter. It's an ARPG game.
The forbidden books don't mention anything like this.
That's just my take, and I mean, we're all entitled to our own opinions. My opinion is I don't give a fuck, and I don't want games I care about to go woke, because games that go woke, they go broke in today's society. Just look at that fantastic $100 million plus the marketing. So between $100 and $200 million game called Concord, that apparently it was such a good game that died because of hatred online, but even the devs were playing, that had 64 active players, including the devs that were playing. That kind of shows you that people don't give a fuck about it. They don't want that shit in there.
Welcome to the crew.
Ivia, thank you so much for the 29 months. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that, man. Says more than an opinion. It's fact. Gender does not matter in ARPG. No, I don't think it's fact. I definitely think that it's without a doubt an opinion. Absolutely. There are definitely people that consider that to be very important, and they are more than entitled to have that opinion. I disagree with it. It's not facts that it doesn't matter. There are people that think it matters a lot, and that's fine. They can think that. Absolutely. I'm not saying that's bad. It's fine. People can have all their opinions they want. I think it's crazy, personally. That's my opinion on it. That's not facts. That's just an opinion. People can disagree all they want, but that's my take. Is the gender lock a PoE2? I think I've said it a couple of times now. The answer is yes. Yes, there is. Like, it's so crazy, especially with the younger generations today. Like, I feel very old when I hear these things. Like, I talked about it before, like the kid lingo and stuff like that. That's something we talked about a lot. You know what the kids say? For those of you who haven't heard me say this before. You know, when I grew up and someone said something we agreed with, we would say the word yeah, or we'd say word or preach. That makes sense. That's like logical. The kids these days, they say gang gang. What? What the flying fuck does gang gang mean? Like, how does that make that? What? It makes no sense. Like, what? Oh, what the shit, dude? No cap, for real, or on God. It's like, I don't know, man. It's what the hell, dude. And the funniest shit with that is actually what you see. We streamers, we work in an industry where a large portion of the gaming industry is with a younger audience, with gamers, right? And the funniest shit ever is when you see, especially the bigger streamers, trying their best to keep up with the lingo of today's kids, and they're like trying to like speak like they do. I think it's hilarious. Like, I've always said, I'm gonna be myself. Like, I started using, oh my god, I blame Shroud and his buddies for that, by the way, after raiding with them in WoW. I started using the expression sheesh all the fucking time, and I can't stop. I don't know why. But, like, it's so funny to hear, like, see these bigger streamers trying their best, you know, fucking, to, like, accommodate to the kids' lingos. And I'm like, bro, like, just be yourself, man. Just, you don't have to pretend. Like, just be yourself. I've always been very, very, very picky with that. Like, when I stream, I don't want to change. Like, I want to be myself. And that's fine. Like, you can hate me or love me. I don't give a fuck. As long as I'm myself, I'm happy. You know? But it's funny, though. I don't know, dude. It's the same thing with this whole pronouns and stuff like that, and genders. Now, obviously, we don't have to go into this discussion because apparently it's a sensitive topic to some people, and like, I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a shit. Like, you want to be referred to as a Apache attack helicopter or a fucking Russian submarine? You be my guest, man. You tell me that you refer to that, sure. I'll do you I'll be respectful, and I'll follow suit, and I will address you as you're asked to be addressed as. That's fine. That doesn't hurt me to do. But trust me, I'm gonna judge the living fuck out of you, and I will 100% make fun of you behind closed doors with my friends afterwards. That's just the way it is. But I'll be respectful to the face. You know. It's just this fucking the world's going to shit, man. I don't know what the fuck's happening. Awkward says with the prime sub, thanks so much for the up, man. Appreciate that, dude. Maybe cheese standing still all day stinking. That's interesting. When it identifies as a cat and bar, you get your darn cat treats. I mean, the way I see it is this: if it doesn't hurt me, I don't care. People can do whatever the fuck they want. They want to be referred to as XYZ. Be my guest. That doesn't affect me. I'll have the respect of, you know, treating the person I'm engaging with in a conversation with respect. That's fine. I'm okay with that. But I will judge the fuck out of you. That's inevitable. Like, I can say that I'm not going to all I want, but I'm gonna. Like, it's just inevitable. So my fiance, she started studying now. to become a teacher. And she's just 1 year younger than me. And at the university, there are the young kids who just graduated school and started university. And Hannah, my fiance, she told me that they are so fucking aware of pronouns and are literally asking each other when they first meet what their pronouns are. And I'm like, what? You're literally saying hi to someone, and as you introduce yourself, they're asking about their pronouns. I'm like, what? That's a thing these days? To me, that's insane. I'm like, what? But apparently that's a thing. I don't know. And like, I told Hannah when we got our daughter, I was like, bro, I'm gonna be the hip dad. You know, I'm the fun, cool dad that plays games for a living. I'm gonna know everything the kids do. I'm gonna know the lingo. I'm gonna know what's cool and what's not cool. And then, you know, my daughter is 1.5 years old now. And I have no idea what the fuck the kids are, what kind of drugs they're taking, because it's insane. And that's now. So when my kid grows up to becomes a teenager, that shit will have changed to the next generation of degeneracy. And it seems to be going downhill fast. Like, what the fuck, dude? It's insane. Jesus Christ. Anyways, let's not get stuck in that topic, but I just want to get that off my chest back. Oh, actually, I will say this. You know, when we play with our daughter and we pretend to be on the phone or something, we do this. We do this with our hands. Hello, hello. You know what my daughter does? She's 1.5 years old. She doesn't do this. She does this, as if she's holding a smartphone. They don't know what the fuck this is. They don't know what this is. They think a phone is this, not this. This is the universal sign for a phone. This is how you would pretend you're on a phone. Not this. This. Like, bro. What the hell, man? Good to see you again. To get that nonsense started out with the clown. Yep. So far, so good, Oogie. Oogie, thanks for asking him. She's gonna say, okay, boomer, so hard. No, that's the thing. Bro, you gotta remember, when we said, okay, boomer, you know the boomers are retiring, right? You gotta understand that. That most of the people running the fucking shit these days are people of my generation, and I'm a goddamn millennial. They're gonna say, okay, millennial. That's what they're gonna say. When they get up to that age, the boomers will be dead or soon to be. It's gonna be okay, millennial, and I'm gonna be part of that. Now you're Gen X? No, I'm a millennial. I'm born 91. So that makes me 33 years old. My 42-year-old son thinks it's funny if I ever use today's lingo. Oh, I would think so as well. It's hilarious, but it's still crazy. It's all fucked up. Yeah, and it's going downhill. Can you imagine the teenagers 20 years from now? Because the thing is, we are becoming our parents. So Willie, welcome to the Prime Stuff. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate that, dude. Like, we're literally becoming our parents. And I see it. I see it happening. In lifetime, I can literally feel it. And it's bad. When I went to school, gay meant happy, a mood. Hey, Prosolo. Thanks so much for the 10 months.
Let's go.
Appreciate it, man. Yo, Prosola, how's your mother doing? She doing all right? Lol, thanks for asking, Brad. Yeah, she's good. Yeah, give her my best, man. You know you're never gonna hear the end of that for Solo. She'll be down for Thanksgiving in November. I'll get her here at the channel. Sounds good, dude. Sounds good. Tell her I'm hyped for it. Dude, I know it's never going to die. No, it will never die. I will remember that for as long as I live. His mother gifted 5 subs in the channel. And last I heard, she's probably a hot babe as well. So, you know, I gotta play my cards right here. Isn't that right, Prosolo? Is the true PvE2 is ready in a month? No, it will be early access that we have access to. Crazy how short time internet has existed and kids nowadays take it granted. Like, I wouldn't say that I'm like old, but I feel old as soon as we talk about it, because like millennials, we got to experience that push going from dial-up internet, getting disconnected with somebody lifted up the goddamn phone, into ADSL internet, then into broadband.
Welcome to the crew.
Thank you so much, Marty.
Sending you my prime calls, I agree completely, smile.
Thanks so much, dude. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Gay hasn't been happy for like 60 years or something. I don't know when that changed. I really don't give a shit. You know, I will say this, though, about gay people. Please don't cancel me. But I will say this. They are the best people to party with. Every party I've ever been to in my entire life, the ones hosted by LGBT, I don't know, they have so many letters now, but when I grew up, it was called LGBTQ+, I think. Those guys are fucking amazing. They are like the best people to party with. My little sister, who's actually gonna be on stream for the subathon, she's a butch lesbo, and I hated partying with her because we went to nightclubs. We would literally hit on the same girls. I shit you not. And my fiance is bisexual. Like, I don't give a fuck. People can love whatever they want. As long as it doesn't hurt me, I don't give a fuck. But as long as you're happy, you do you. But they are the best people to party with. Hands down. If you haven't partied with a gay group of friends, you should try it out. I don't know what's up with them, but they're the happiest people on the planet. And it's insane. Who won out, though? Okay, so my little sister, she was on Swedish Idols many years ago. And she got to the Friday finals, as it's called. So she became like a B-roll celebrity in Sweden. And when I was single when this happened, I had chicks adding me on Facebook, starting to have conversation with me, and I was like, oh shit, what's this? And then after a while, it always ended with, oh, could you get me in touch with your little sister? I'm like, no. So that's what led me to privatize my Facebook so people couldn't add me. God damn it, man. Ah, shit. I live in a really violent country, and the only party I went that were peaceful were LGBT parties. That sounds awesome. Nah, they're awesome, dude. They're awesome. I love those people. I don't know what's up with them, but they're the happiest people on the planet. Normal people are not happy. That's what I'm getting out of it. You want to be happy in life? Turn gay. It helps, clearly. I haven't met a single gay guy or gay girl or like a homosexual that has not been happy. I don't know what is up with them. That's my experience. Expected to hear MSN Messenger. I had MSN Messenger when I went to school early on, yes. But Facebook came not long after that, for me at least. ICQ. That's a little before my time, I think. Or maybe it wasn't just in Sweden that much, I guess. AOL was also before my time. Queer people was the word I was looking for. Thank you. Lunar Storm, Swedish Facebook. Yeah, Lunar Storm. Oh my god. Knappnytt. I'll never forget that shit, dude. Fuck. Sending, what was it? Sending a nudge, and then there was this. There was two emotes that everybody used. There was this emote of an alien with a lightsaber that would shove the lightsaber on the side like this, and you put that next to the sheep. If you know, you know.
Shiny.
This is recorded gameplay. This is one of my YouTube videos, actually. Supposed to be 80 degrees today. I'll be last hurrah riding a motorcycle. You better get at it, man. There's no more sign to send it right? No. Not for PoE2 as of yet, no. That is such a dog shit unique. If you think this is a dog shit unique, we actually find another one. Funny story, I talked about this. There's another unique that we found from the Executioner, I think. And at the playtest, I actually asked Jonathan about this, and I told him that I saw no purpose of the modifiers of it. It would be a disregarded vendor unique, and it felt really bad. And he then proceeded in front of my face, telling me at the same time as he was doing it, sending a message to the guy who made the unique, saying, and I quote, "GHAZZY says it's shit." So we sent that to the dude who made the unique item. And I was like, bro, you could have at least sugarcoated it, man. But they took a lot of feedback when we were doing it. It was actually really fun. So we had a lot of good conversations over there with the guys and the devs and Jonathan specifically as well. So I'm not sure if they ever changed it or what they changed it to. I have no idea. But that happened. Threw you under the bus with no hesitation. No, I like Jonathan. Jonathan, Mark, and Chris Wilson. Like, these three individuals are like having a... For those of you who met them, you know what I'm talking about. They are so fucking passionate about the game. Like, they're just gamers. It's so good to talk to them. I'm a new player to ARPGs. I just wish PoE2 had a character creation. Character creation. You mean character customization? Yeah, we talked about that earlier. It's an ARPG. Sure, I would say that having character customization would be good, because it's better than not having it. But I don't think that not having it is a bad thing. Not for an ARPG. That's my opinion. Who hasn't lived the time where you had your D2 character on a floppy disk and went to your best friend to show him the latest drops? Hasn't lived the golden age of a teenager? Those are good times. You know, me and one of my childhood friends, who's actually been on stream a few times, his name's Bunny. He's called Bunny. He got his nickname because when we played Halo 2, he would always have a pink outfit on his character and jump around, and we always threw grenades at him. So he got the nickname and alias Bunny, and he actually has a really cool bunny skull tattoo on his chest now. It's actually really fucking awesome. Him and I, our birthdays are very close to each other. So instead of having a big ass fucking party getting wasted every time we had a birthday party, we would combine them and have a huge ass LAN party. And we would have 8 TVs. This is before the flat screen. So everybody would, 2 or 3 people helping each other carry each TV. Had 4 back to back. And we would have 8 people on each side. So everyone had a dual split screen to play Halo 2. And then next to this, we would have tables set up for Warcraft 3 LAN parties. Warcraft 3, Starcraft, and Diablo 2 is what we would play on our LAN parties. Back the TVs had an ass. Dude, I remember when one of our friends bought a flat screen and he was the only dude who had a flat screen TV. Everyone was like, yo, what is this? Oh my god. Because he could carry it himself. One dude carried the TV in and everyone else was like 2 guys helping carry these big boxes. Oh my god. That's fun though. Fun times. Those old TVs were bank vaults, yeah. No screen peeking, but that's why we had 4 TVs next to each other, back to back. So 4 on the other side. So no peeking, and everyone had a 50-50 split screen. So everyone had the exact same settings for everything. It's funny actually, because we played with no shields, and we have some custom-made maps and whatnot. We played a lot on a map called Lockout and one called Sanctuary. Capture the flag, 1 flag, without shields. And then half a year later, they made their own online game mode version without shields as well, as like an actual public game mode to play. Pretty cool. You're going to put MTX on as well? Yeah, that's the thing with PoE specifically. It's like you're going to put MTXs on your character and you will not be able to tell how your character looks. So that's why I don't feel like character customization feels that important. Because like I showed you guys online in game earlier, as soon as I put the MTXs on my character, I can't see anything of what I've done with my character at all. The MTXs takes over everything. Yeah, like I said in Ruux, like I'm not saying that it's bad that they should have it. I'm just saying that it's not. It would have been good if they had, but it's not bad that they don't. That's my opinion. OG Ghost Recon. I'm not a big fan of horror games. I remember playing a game at one of the LAN parties, and it was called fuck, what was the name? First Encounter. Fuck, First Encounter. Fear. Thank you. Yeah, yes. First Encounter Assault Recon. Fear.
Welcome to the crew.
Oh look, a resub. Less than 3 how's that for keeping your numbers up?
I appreciate that a lot, Andy Claus. Thanks so much for 31 months, man. Thank you, dude. Oh my god, dude. Fear? No, I cannot handle horror games very well. So I played Fear, and there is this moment where when you go down a ladder, your character turns around, and this scary-ass chick is just standing, just child for that matter, stands in front of you. But if you press another button, you would slide down the ladder faster. So I panic, start doing that. But here's the thing in that game, in that specific area. If you don't slide down, you're fine. But if you do slide down like I did, she will be there again down the stairs. I've never closed and uninstalled a game faster in my entire life after that. And the friend who was standing next to me watching this, he's like, oh, I never got to see that. I didn't slide down the stairs. Does an armor change with a character, though? Like wearing the same armor with a warrior class, range differences? Yes, slightly, yes. Thanks for answering my question. I don't have to thank you for doing that. If you have questions, fire away. We're just gaming here. Like, literally, we're watching gameplay footage here, talking about PoE 2 and apparently a lot of other things at the same time right now, so it's all good, man. Just hanging out. Yeah, no, we had a sub goal once where I played what was that game? Insomnia. They made another game that I played that was underwater. I played that on stream. That shit. Oh my god. Oh fuck me, dude. Like I remember how my body was feeling playing that. Soma, I think it was called. Not Subnautica, no. Soma, I think. S-O-M-A or S-N-A. So no M. Soma. Oh my god, dude. fuck that game so hard. Holy shit, dude. No, never again. I uninstalled that after being chased. There was like this chase sequence where you have to hurry to something and you're being chased by some monsters or something, and I'm like, fuck this, dude. I'm out, man. Holy fuck. I tried though. I tried to play that game, but oh no. Do PoE2 have blights? I mean, they have a lot of abilities that's available in PoE1, but some of them functions differently. If they have blight, not that I've seen at least. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Flowdog. You know. Sub goal for the subathon. Yeah, I know about that, dude. Horror games, man. Actually, I had a sponsorship. Well, actually, I'm going to show you this whilst we're watching this footage. MSI Artemis. This is a 32-inch curved monitor. Or 34 even, sorry. A 34-inch curved monitor. So I had a sponsorship with MSI for this for that monitor. And with my setup, it's a shit show to set everything up. So I had the monitor, I pushed my monitor or a stand back, so I had that monitor pretty close to my face. And this sponsorship, I was supposed to play Resident Evil something Village. I'm not sure if that's the latest one. Resident Evil the something Village. I am not good with horror. No. I can't handle it, dude. I cannot handle it. And I did that on a fucking curved monitor, and it was I told my MSI contact that I'm happy to promote their product because I like MSI. As long as I don't have to play a horror game. Horror movies? Okay, so I dislike most horror movies because I don't see the point in it being enjoyable to watch a movie where the purpose of the movie is to scare me. And I think that most horror movies, they basically go to the point where the way they scare the audience is with Hitchcock effects, pop-ups. Now, other type of horror movies that are more psychological, they can be really good. Like, I watched Blair Witch Project, for example. That shit was nasty. I'm not a big fan of it. Jump scares are ridiculous. I mean, they serve the purpose. They definitely do what they're supposed to do, but it's like, eh. Silence of the Lambs. Fantastic. For sure. We're about to see the unique I was talking about, by the way. When we killed the executioner. Halloween, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street. What about horror games? No, we just talked about that. I can't handle them. Fuck them. Shit games. Games that is, why is the camera so weird in this? It's like dynamic. Some parts are dynamic, yes. Have you seen other co-op interactions other than the bell? Well, everything will work for co-op interactions. So the bell is one of the most simple ways of showing it. But you have things like, for example, the Druid's volcano is triggered additional explosions based off slam abilities, which is meant to work with other classes' slam abilities, like the warrior ability right there should work on the volcano as well. You play minions as a 0-button build in PvE2? We don't know. We have no idea yet. So I'm super excited, and I want to try all things in PvE2 for, of course, when the early access launches. But I'm going to start with minions for sure. 100%. Everything is very active, but I'm sure there will be ways to get one-button builds. When do you think the next news in GGG will drop? I actually am expecting them to do something on the 23rd, because 23rd of October, DOE will have officially been launched and been available for 11 years, and that's in 3 days from now. PoE2 is crossplay. Olga.
You have been sentenced to death.
I just want to show that one more time. This motherfucker straight up decapitates a dude. Well, I think most of us have, of later years, switched over to play on Steam. I played for so many years on a standalone client. Now, watch how insane this is. Like, ARPGs to me is always supposed to be dark and gritty. Like back in the Diablo 1 and 2 days. And this is just so crazy. Look at this.
Stop. Just wait. Surely we can.
You have been sentenced to death.
Great will take you, bastard. Steel yourself.
Like, okay, dude. And your playtime track. Well, I have two accounts. One I use for trading. I don't use it anymore because apparently people found out the account name. And the reason they found out is because I made the mistake of having an item up for sale on my main account. And then I moved that item to be sold on my other account. And some people tracked it. So what I mean when I say that is that the main way I make currency in PoE is profit crafting. So either I have other people do as traders sell the items for me, and when I didn't have that and I did the selling of my items myself, I had a separate account. Because what people did, or some people did, was that they actually looked on the pathofexile.com/trade and searched for my account name and then see everything that I was selling, and then they would also craft the same items. And my markets that I was making profit on was ruined. So to avoid that, I started using a separate account to trade from. But I don't use that account anymore. But that account, together with my main account, I played so many years. I played off stream multiple hours. Nowadays, like I have a launch stream of a league. I play 24, 30 hours. And then I don't go to bed. I stay up for between 8 to 10 hours profit crafting before I go to bed. So that's like I do that. But back in the day, I played off stream every fucking day. And those two accounts have a combined. I think I'm closing in on like, I think it's like 29,000 hours now on those two accounts, which is fucking insane. You think we will be switching between PoE2 and PoE1 for a while? I mean, I'm gonna play whatever has a release. Like that's how I do with ARPG games. Like When Diablo 4 has a season launch, I'll play that. When PoE 1 has one, I'll play that. When PoE 2 has one, I'll play that. Like, I love Path of Exile. It's basically defined who I am and, you know, obviously my entire career and everything. But it's like, after 2 months of playing PoE 1, I would be very happy to play something else. And the same thing will happen with PoE 2 after a while. I don't want to play the same game 24/7 all the time. I want other games. So being able to switch between PoE 1 when it launches there to PoE 2 when they have it launched, that's going to be great for me. Here's a great display of telegraphed ability. Somebody asked me about that before. You see this shit when he charges up? In D4 and in like Final Fantasy, there's like a big ass red circle that shows up that will tell you exactly how far away from the target you have to move to be safe. I don't like that approach at all. I don't want the game to tell me you need to move this far away. I'd like to learn how far away from the ability I need to stand to be safe. Like, for example, when I play PoE 1 now, depending on the map mods and everything, I know approximately how far away I need to be to not get hit by a Ice Nova Strongbox, for example. And I like that learning curve or like learning experience, rather than having a big ass fucking red circle that's gonna fill up and then it happens. Like, to me, that feels brain dead. That handhelding telegraphing, I feel like that. I don't like that personally, right? So when you see this guy charge up his big slam, you don't see no indications. You see a little indication there, but it's not super clear. But it charges up his hammer. You'll see, or axe. You see this? He's about to do a big ass explosion that's going to cascade outwards in a big circle here. But you don't see how big radius that is. What's this? Boom. It explodes. It's going to cascade outwards. Boom. That was the radius. Now I've learned how big that radius is. Now I'll play accordingly. That is well telegraphed that he's about to do something in that vicinity. That's all the information the game needs to tell you. You don't need to have a circle because that defeats the purpose of the telegraphing. Like, all of his abilities are well telegraphed. You'll have to learn them. Their one-shot abilities. So minions needed a buff, and the revive timer was getting improved after this play, actually, based on feedback that we gave them. And so that's like, we were struggling a lot with this fight. We eventually killed it, though. But other classes had a much easier time with this fight than we had with our composition. I like that you can't just death rush a boss either. Every time you die on a boss, you have to actually start over. You can't log out. You can't port out. That is good. I think damage will be instant. For example, if 2 people were to play a similar build skill-wise, Bane or Bleed will be the endgame count separate players' damage, or just like in PoE 1 the highest damage? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. People are gonna be mad they have to learn mechanics. I don't think that people will be mad for having to learn mechanics. I definitely don't think learning mechanics is going to be something that people will deem to be a bad thing. No, I definitely don't think so. The trade chat on console is racist as fuck. I don't know how the console is in PoE. I mean, you always have morons and degenerate people in every game. What does the skill tree look like compared to PoE? Just as vast, but you don't have any life modifiers on the skill tree. So it's much harder to fuck up your skill tree than it is in PoE 1. No idea, Bibinal. No idea. It's gonna be frustrating for people to have the fight reset instead of corpse rushing. I mentioned this on the last stream, but and this is feedback that they've been given as well. There are side area bosses that are actually hard. The Devourer, the Devourer is actually a very hard fight when you get to it the first time. If you don't do the mechanics properly whilst being under leveled or under geared, it's actually a very, very hard fight. We died on this once, I think, on these characters. So I remember the streamer Preach Gaming. He was at the playtest. And I talked about this last stream as well. So at the playtest, when we were sitting and gaming, no, not the last playtest, the first one when we were on the PC. ES is actually on the skill tree. Life is not. You can actually get energy shield on the skill tree. He said that there was a guy next to him who was working for a. I'm not gonna throw any company names under the bus here, but you can. I can only assume the guy was working for a very specific company, but you guys make up your own mind on it. He was working for a news gaming website. He gets to the Devourer, and he keeps dying for 20 to 30 minutes straight. So Preach then tells us we were sitting around just drinking some beer and just talking, and he said he leaned over and looked at the guy's screen, thinking maybe he should give him some tips on how to beat it. And watch this dude face tank every mechanic the boss was doing. Like literally face tanking everything and just kept dying. And he explained that this guy was doing this with his hands. Like, oh, what the fuck, I died again. Oh my God, what is this? I can't face tank it like a moron. This is not Diablo 4. Why am I playing this? You know, that was kind of like the reaction he was having with his body language. Anyways, the guy goes up and go get some food. They had a food area for us right behind everything that we were playing. So he took a food break, came back like half an hour or 45 minutes later to try again. Now, this is a side boss, but the game didn't really instruct the player that this is an optional fight. Because when you die at a boss, as you've seen here when we died, we spawn at the checkpoint right next to the boss. So the game is basically telling us, you're supposed to kill this guy. You are here now, you're supposed to kill this. That's what the game, progression-wise, is telling you to do. Even though that was a side boss, which was actually pretty hard. But the result of it was that this guy came back from the food break and tried again and did it for about 20 to 30 minutes. And then he keeps doing this, the whole body language thing. Stands up, leaves the venue, and doesn't come back. Literally, rage quit. The dude rage quit. IRL rage quit from a playtest event in LA. I'm not joking. I am not joking. This is what I would like. I didn't see this. This is what I was told. It was Preach Gaming who told me this when we were sitting there. It was fucking hilarious. And everyone was like, oh, it's probably from, you know, censored game news sites. I've heard the story from some other streamer. Maybe it was Preach, yeah. And that is the unique dagger that Jonathan sent the message to the guy who made that unique, saying that I said it was shit. That glass shank right there.
Welcome to the crew.
Less than tree E.
It's so much first aid hero for the 34 months, man. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you, sir. There it is. That's the unique item I said was shit. Winter's Bite Glass Shank, 155 APS, 15% base crit, 5 to 10 cold damage, no fist damage, add 5 to 10 cold, and freeze enemies that are full life. Because the game that we had experienced, this is a low-level unique, by the way. The idea of the gameplay is that when you engage with enemies, you didn't really one-shot things. That didn't really happen. The 5 to 10 is local damage, so that doesn't apply to spells, but the freeze enemies that are on full life would apply to spells, yes. So here's the thing, right? I basically said that this felt very bad in terms of its finding a purpose in a game. Because to me, this is like an item you would use up to like level 7, I think, based on the experience that we had when I played the game a few times. This is the second time I played it. So this would be something you might want to use up to level 7. But we're talking about leveling between 1 and 7 and finding this item on a character that can utilize it during that time frame to then equip it. And I don't like those unique items. We have other items like that in PoE. That's a good suggestion there, Stark. How you doing, by the way? It's good to see you. Rustbeak players, like Rustbeak has a very limited usage as well. I think that those uniques has a very, they don't have a purpose. Usually for twink leveling. Do you think anyone in the history of Path of Exile would use a leveling item that would only be used up to level, say, level 10? There is not a single item in the entire history of Path of Exile that's ever existed that would have a twink item only between level 1 and 10. Not even one. People wouldn't do that. They would use leveling items that you would have equipped for a longer time. You wouldn't have an item that has the only purpose of only being used for leveling as a twink up to a very, very low level you would be at within a handful of minutes when you're power gaming with a twink character. Therefore, I failed to see the purpose of this, and I felt like it was just a lack of, it just didn't have a purpose. That was my opinion. It looks fantastic. That the artwork looks insanely cool on this. That was my opinion. That was my feedback I delivered to them. My soul stuff left. Wait, I need more food. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. There. More food. I got 100 fucking of us? Shush! Anyway, that's it. Or Diablo gamer dads with 5 jobs, 10 wives, 50 children who take 2 weeks to reach level 10. Well, there is this really cool game that Diablo gamer dads with 5 jobs, 10 wives, 50 children who take 2 weeks to reach level 10 can actually play. There's this really cool game that's actually designed to cater to your gamer dad who has a 9-to-5 job, comes home, feeds his wife and feeds his children, goes to sit in the couch. Oh no, the doorbell rings. Guess what? It's his wife's boyfriend. They go have a good time in the bedroom whilst he pops 2 brewskis and gets to the couch to play some Diablo 4. That game caters to those players. Okay? that game caters to those players. And that's perfectly fine. That's okay. That's okay. They will not enjoy Diablo Path of Exile 2. That's just the sad reality of it. Tibia. How you doing, DM? Yes! I am making runes in Tibia. So when are you going to play Tibia with me, DM? And learn that this game is way better than RuneScape, by the way. When is that going to happen? My lovely co-host, Mr. Darth Microtransaction, is here. How you doing, dude? Oh, man. I'll play Tibia when you play OSRS. Fuck. You said OSRS. I have played the latest SRS, the RuneScape game from a sponsorship. And I found the game to be good. And I finally, after playing that, understood why people enjoyed RuneScape. So I have tried it. I've not tried the OSRS, though. I've not tried that. Yes, I believe it was RS3. But I understood the core concept of it with the skill progression that made people like it. If it was OSRS, you get a glimpse of heaven. I have seen my little sister play it a lot. You see, my little sister and I, we have this gaming rivalry going on that siblings have. You know about that. You see, I can't have my little sister be better at me at games. She played RuneScape, I played Tibia. Automatic win for me. Yes, I'm biased. Shut up. I win. She played League of Legends, I played Dota. Without a doubt, an automatic win for me. And I hope all of you will agree. Otherwise, you just don't say anything if you don't agree with me on that one. Just shut your mouth. And then she played Counter-Strike. And I didn't. And I couldn't handle that. So my little sister asked me once, yo, you want to play Counter-Strike with me? And I said, what's your rank? I didn't say I don't play it. I said, what's your rank? She said, well, it's like a rank, 2 ranks below Global Elite or whatever it was. And I said, oh yeah, I'm about the same. Because I couldn't bring myself to say that I didn't play it. So I said, I'm about the same. And she said, oh, let's play it together. I was like, yeah, let's find some time. I then proceeded, and I shit you not, I then proceeded to play Counter-Strike off stream for multiple hours for 3 months straight. Just to become better than her before we played. That's dedication. So 3 months of hardcore practice to have a higher rank than her before we played together. And then we played together and I performed better than her. That mattered a lot to me. Okay? So officially, I was better than my little sister at Counter-Strike. Okay? I just want to point that out. There isn't a single game that she's not better than me at. End of story. That happened. That's actually a true story. Mr. Ego Man. Well, you see, I have an older brother as well. I have an older brother as well. And he was way better than me at Counter-Strike. And we played WoW together. We hardcore raided together. And we were both raid leading. Siblings raid leading, not to be recommended. He was the main raid leader as the tank, and I was co-raid leading. We were top 50 raids in raid guilds in the world when we played during End of Wrath and Cataclysm. Let's just put it this way. Siblings fighting and 23 other people listening in on us fighting, it must have been the most awkward shit to sit through during a raid night. Let's just put it that way. Especially when they're raid leaders. But that happened a lot. As arena nerding, well, I had 3 rank 1 titles and 16 different rogues with gladiator titles on all of them, ranging from TBC up to End of Cata. And the reason I had 16 different rogues is because I tried to quit the game after every expansion by selling my account. I didn't say that out loud. And then, obviously, like everyone else, I get roped back in to buy a new account to start over again. So that's what I did. I basically only PvP'd. That was fun, though, because my older brother was not a PvPer, and I helped him get PvP gear, because I had to carry him in arena before I raided with him. But he was the main raid leader, because he was reluctantly better than me at doing that. He also had 6 years of fucking age on me. He was way more mature than me, alright?
Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo.
Oh, I got a friend of mine said, you guys remember Ted? I had 17 different roles. No, the funny thing is I only played rogues. That's it. I only played rogue. That's hilarious. That's it. 16 fucking different rogues, man. Jesus Christ. I don't even know how I had time for it. That's the crazy part. I believe I calculated that I had an average game time of 9.6 hours a day or something for 2 years. It's fucking insane. Quit after Wrath. Kata made numbers hyperinflated. I didn't like how they made rogues the CC bot in RMP setups in Kata. That's what made me stop PvPing. Oh, man. Play rogue even harder? I believe it, DM. I believe it. I believe it. Oh, man. Good time still. All right, well, we watched that entire footage. Let's see. I see the Asmongold recommended video there. He hasn't dropped the video since the scandal. What's your opinion on the wars that are happening all over the globe right now? Let me read that one more time. I see the Asmongold recommended video here. He hasn't dropped a video since the scandal. What's your opinion on the wars that are happening all over the globe right now? So, here's the thing. And I hope I only need to say this once, to be fair. I think most of us play games to disconnect ourselves from reality and actually just have a good time and hang out with like-minded, degenerate fucking gamers that play obnoxiously and an unhealthy amount of hours. And to not think about IRL shit, politics, and religion and whatnot. So personally, I'd like to not go through those topics. Everyone is entitled to their own opinions, and I think we can all agree that wars, no matter the reason behind them, is fucked up. Unless, of course, the entire planet is fighting an alien invasion, then I think I would actually have a lot to say. But until that happens, I'm not really interested in diving into topics. Of course, I have a lot of opinions on it. I think all of us do, that are somewhat read up on it. And I think it's atrocious, no matter what side on the argument you are on. No matter the reason, I think that both sides of the war is fucking atrocious. No matter if it's Ukraine or if it's Israel, I don't give a fuck when I'm streaming or playing games. I'm doing this to not think about those things. So I just like to ask you to not dive into that or start those conversations in this channel, because I just want to have this to be a safe atmosphere for everyone to hang out and leave that shit at the doorstep, right? Like, leave that in the front door. Close the door, lock it, have a good time. Take care of that shit when you're not gaming, all right? Let's see. You remember Ted? Right, so Ted, actually, here, let me show you. So Ted is my tattoo artist. This here is an Arakali inspired human form tattoo from PoE. So this is Arakali human form. So this sleeve we actually tattooed live on stream. So we did this live on stream. And I just got a message from Stoffer here in the channel. He's actually, are you still there? Are you with Ted right now? You can actually type exclamation mark Ted to check it out. I have Fairgraves on my other arm, actually. So that's my stream logo, and that's Captain Fairgraves from PoE as well. And of course, we had a Kraken on the other side. But, so he did that. But, that left an hour ago. So, you just sent me a picture of your tattoo you just finished over there. Dude, that's fucking dope, man. Nice work, man. That's actually pretty dope, dude. 2 full days, 18 hours. I don't know how many hours the sleeve is up on now, but I still got to go. They got some tune-up to do. I got a few things to fill in and, like, on the hands. Ugh, I don't like the fingers. That hurt like a motherfucker. This was really cool, dude. That's nice. So Ted's done this one as well for Mr. Stoffer here. RuneScape tattoo next. Wait, do you have tattoos, DM? I don't think I've seen you if you have any tattoos. I have yet to get DM to join me in a hot tub stream. Gotta make that happen, DM. That should be a subathon goal. Fly you out here. We'll do a proper subathon. I'll buy like an inflatable banana so we can have a marker. Actually, I have a marker right here. So we have a marker and we just type down the names of subscribers on the inflatable banana in the pool. Only part not tattooed in face. That's why hoodies. I believe it. You probably got most of them when you were doing time, right? Guantanamo. And all of them are RuneScape tattoos, right? Like badass RuneScape tattoos. DM confirms Yakuza. GHAZZY, are you in the United States? No, sir, I'm not. I am born and raised in Sweden, where people talk English like this, and it's really funny to listen to people that talk like this. It's kind of hilarious when they talk English like this. All right, so I've done everything I can to stall as much content as humanly possible. And I've been making... How many runes have I made? I have 104 runes. I only have 30... shit. I need the voice. Wait, where do I buy runes in here? And then we had a few topics typed up in a list somewhere. I buy runes... There we go. Give me a second. Hi, trade. Blank runes. Let's buy 50. There, we're good. All right. Good lord, I'm so slow on this character. So we made this little list, right? And this is the part we're going to start with. That's the part we're going to start with. Which server is that? Okay, Sofa, there's a new server that launched a few days ago. And we decided to just do it to buy some cheap TC. And then that turned into us having a lot of fun doing it and dying 24/7. And now we're just actually playing it. Just for funsies. So we'll see how long that's going to last, though. What shit server is that? It is a shit server, I'll tell you that. People have just been dying 24/7. Have you seen my stamina? Bro. This has been some late nights, I can tell you that much. 33 stamina left. Oh my god. It started off with us going to Isavi's basement just to get some loot. And then suddenly people were like level 15, 16, 18. And they're like, oh, let's just do some fucking stupid hunt or something. It should be like 100. I know. Like I said, it's just been pure stupidity going on. But we've been having fun with it. Anyways. See you never go next month? Hell yeah, Sweden. Yeah. You need me? Bro, I've always needed you, man. I've always needed you, bro. Low level Isavi hunts is always so funny. Yeah. SD and pray. No. When we say Isavi hunts, there's a basement where there's some fire cultist that is fighting with sphinxes. So you go there and you wait for one of them to die, and then you loot them. But you do it at level 8, so you get one shot if something touches you. You loot them, and then you go out and sell it. There's so many people are doing it. What server? What should I play? I think I'm the Druid, actually, believe it or not. I think I guess, I don't know. Talk to Buxton. Well, it's Bravoria. But I don't know how much we're going to play on that server stuff. Like, I have no idea how much we're going to play. So if you want to, you're more than welcome to. New server from... Yeah, it's just a fun thing. I don't even know how long we're going to play there. Like, we might stop tomorrow. We might stop next week. We might continue. I have no idea. And we have like 6 or 7 people. No, it's not PvP. All right, let's talk about the first topic then. I've stalled enough. I've managed to stall for almost 5 hours of content. Dude, I am impressed. The video is only 1.5 hours long, and I managed to stall for almost 5 hours. Shit, yo, that's insane. Whew. That's crazy. Anyways, so I am going to record a video today in which I'm going to talk about minions in PoE 1 versus PoE 2. But I wanted to spend some time to talk about that in today's stream as well. The old RuneScape Massacre PvP bug. I think DM has mentioned that in one of the podcasts, actually. Have a good one, Flaw Dog. So, Minionas. I think that the first thing to understand when it comes to comparing minion gameplay in PoE 1 versus in PoE 2 is the fundamental design of the game, the differences of that. The other part of it is we have not seen everything. We've seen a very limited amount of stuff of minions in PoE 2, mostly from the gameplay footage that we have on YouTube available, right? So there's that. And let's start with the core gameplay differences. PoE 1 is an extremely proactive gameplay experience. The more you can automate, the better. Flasks, buffs, debuffs, curses, and stuff like that. Trigger craft on your weapon so that you don't have to cast Desecrator offerings. You just trigger them. And if you don't have your flask up before you even see the enemy pack on your screen, you're probably going to die. That's how PoE 1 is played. And the gameplay of combat experience differences between the two games is that in PoE 1, you are going to be rushing into a pack of enemies. Then you click Convocation. For those of you who don't know what that is, it teleports your permanent minions to your location. And then the entire pack of enemies will evaporate and be gone. You loot, and then you move into the next pack of enemies. And guess what? We use what I refer to as aggressive convocation, which is I trademarked that, by the way. Just to point that out. So you convocate, and the pack of enemies dies, and then you rinse and repeat this process. That's it. That's the gameplay of PoE 1 minions. Now, obviously, there are outliers to this. Bama, for example, which is Blink Arrow, Mirror Arrow, which is kind of a spammy playstyle. You're basically in a position where you're spamming up these minions, and you don't really want to jump into the pack of enemies. You bounce around outside of them, they die, you loot, you move on to the next pack of enemies, rinse, repeat. You have other niche it takes, like DB wants to swing and melee some of your minions. You have SRS, which is casting your minions. But in general, the gameplay loop is very automated and proactive. Now, if you compare that gameplay experience and approach to the game with PoE 2, in PoE 2, you're meant to have like a combination of setting up skills. You want to apply a debuff, or for example, there's the bone spikes. You saw that in the gameplay footage you were watching earlier, where you would shoot it's a channeling ability, or you move at a slower pace whilst channeling, charge up these bone shards, spikes, spears, whatever. You shoot them on an enemy, and now they will take increased damage when your minions are hitting them. To buff them, essentially. You have other sources of damage. Actually not every at the time that I played, but you're supposed to have your minion skill, similar to D4 actually. You can use your summon skill. They are automatically summoned, by the way. You can use your summon skill to use their specific abilities. And when you choose skeletons, which are the permanent minions in PoE 2, you have a fuckload to choose from. There's like an arsonist skeleton that you can make it so that it shoots fire damage, and you can have the skeletons use their ability by you clicking the summon skeleton ability itself to use their ability. And then you have like a poison cloud skeleton archer. If you click that ability, your skeleton archers that are poison oriented will now shoot a cloud of poison. That cloud of poison can be exploded with a fire damage. See where I'm going with this? You push the poison cloud. Good. Now you're poison on the enemies. Now you can use the fire skeleton to use their ability to explode this poison to do more damage in an explosion of fire. So you have a lot of these like actually reactive gameplay of setting up skills, which is really cool. There's other things as well, like if you kill an enemy that is affected by a damage over time effect like contagion, the corpse of those enemies that died with that effect on them has that effect on them, still having the corpse be of purple color. And if you use another skill that raises a minion from a corpse, like Raise Zombie or the new Unearth ability that spawns these small scorpion-looking in minions, which looks amazing, by the way. Those minions will then continue to apply that damage over time chaos effect that corpse had. So there's a lot of these like setup gameplay approaches, which is very different from PoE 2. And then you have the proactive versus reactive gameplay, because in PoE 1, it's proactive as fuck, whereas in PoE 2, you don't rush into pack enemies and convocate and expect them all to die. Rather, you have to go into when you're fighting and you take damage or you get an ailment on you, you will have tools, or you rather want tools, to react to those situations. Oh shit, I gotta get out of harm's way, dodge roll away. Oh shit, I just got a bleed on me, I have to use this, that, or this to get rid of that ailment to be safe again. So it's very reactive in comparison to PoE 1. So what does it mean when it comes to the minions playstyle? Like they're so vastly different, but there are other things as well. Like if you have a permanent minion that dies in PoE 2, in many cases you will need a corpse generated to then summon a minion from those corpses. That is your permanent minion setup, and that whole mechanic, if you spawn in the corpse, is one skill, and racing a corpse, and that's another one. A lot of people don't like it if you encounter a big enemy that kills all your minions with an AoE attack, and you're just sitting there resummoning your minions all the time. In PoE 2, it's very different because they have a resummoning process, which is actually, from what I was told, supposed to be faster after what we played. And what they did there was that if you have not lost a minion for X amount of seconds, all of your permanent minions will be automatically resummoned immediately when that time break hits. But if any of your minions die, that timer resets. So say it's 4 seconds. You lose one minion, now a 4-second timer starts. If you have not lost a minion in those 4 seconds, that minion will be resurrected. Let's say that after 2 seconds, another 5 of your minions die. Now you have 6 minions dead. 4 seconds starts over. And after 4 seconds, with no minions dying, all of your minions comes back immediately again, which I think is really, really comfy. The quantity of minions in PoE 1 is based off max number of minions coming from sources of gear, equipment, skill tree choices, and stuff like that. Whereas in PoE 2, it's actually based off the same same resources that we use for auras. So your quantity of minions means that you have to decide between running an aura or more versus having more minions. So essentially, you are going to reserve this resource called spirit, which will then dictate how many you can have. And there will be sources in the game from weapon types like scepters. There will be from the skill tree and other things that allows you to have more spirit to reserve and or a higher reservation efficiency so that you can summon more minions. So that's how they designed it. I think we have somewhere. Let me see if I can actually see it in this footage somewhere. Level 1 skill from the Witch has a skeletal warrior, sniper, arsonist, and the unearth abilities. Level 2 skill gem is Contagion and Bone Cage. Level 3 is Bone Offering, Essence Rain, and Bone Storm. Bone Storm is the spikes I was talking about. You have Raise Zombie, and you have more types of skeletons as you go further down this list. So just level 1 has 3, actually Unearth is another minion, so you have 3 plus 1 temp minion. You actually have a bunch of different types of minions you can choose to run from. It was really cool. What's up, Michaela? Any knowledge about how big an army we can have? No clue, because we have not seen how the end game looks whatsoever. So we have no idea. So that's basically how they've set this up, which is really cool. Another thing to point out is they've made some significant changes. So essentially, instead of using the, let's say the skeletal arsonist, if I have one or more of these guys, instead of using the skill to summon them, because that's automated and completely handled by itself, if I use the skill, it will then shoot the fireball instead. And the skeletal sniper has the poison cloud, as an example. So using the ability makes those minions use their special ability, besides the general attack that they're doing. There's also a skeletal cleric that we've seen from the witch reveal that Jonathan was showing. And in that, they're showing a skeletal cleric that actually is healing your minions. So there's a lot of those things. Another thing to point out is specters. They announced this at the last ExileCon, where specters are no longer going to work in the frustrating situation and mechanic that they had in PoE 1, where you have to raise a corpse, find the right corpse, raise it as a specter, and if it dies, you're fucked. Now, the specters will also follow this resummon strategy mechanic. They're taken care of by themselves. They're permanent. And the way you do it is you have a skill, I believe it's called Capture Spectre. 10,000 bits, or should I support you from under the desk? Yeah, I have a ring on my finger, Michaela, so I think I'll take the 10,000 bits. Plus, you lack a sub badge. It would be nice to see you having a bit badge instead. Jesus Christ. God damn it, Michaela. 10,000 bits is a lot, dude. What the hell, man? Anyways, so they follow this. You will get a skill called Capture Spectre. So when you use that, you actually get to see the enemies that you've killed. You see a menu of their actual names. Let me see if I can find that. Path of Exile 2, Spectre, Minion. Witch reveal. What the fuck is... Dude, this is the stupidest shit. Can I report this? It's a fucking... Bro. There is no way. How do I report this? He doesn't violate their Google policy. Fuck's sake. Anyways. Was it from the GameSpot that they revealed this? I don't get the ads. Like, I'm not supposed to... Right, whatever. Bind Spectre. Here.
Any monster can be captured, but the spirit cost depends on how...
You see this? So he equips Bind Spectre skill. And now he says, oh, this is a Fairy-Dune Impaler. And it will reserve 120 spirit per Spectre. Or he can take the Winged Fiend, which is reserve 40 spirit per Spectre. And the thing is here, he will then capture this
powerful the monster is
by binding it. And guess what?
It takes a lot of spirit for such a powerful enemy.
Now he has Summon Spectre, Fairy-Dune Impaler, which will follow the resummoning structure of the other minions. And he has to go to the spirit menu to say, well, I want this many of the Spectre minions.
So I'll have to unsummon a lot of my other minions.
You see here how he's lowering his spirit reservation by dropping away some of his other minions, which he, in this video here, he has a cleric here, he has some archers, some warriors, arsonists, and reavers. And then he's lowering his spirit with these things to
but
then
it certainly
get
seems like it might be worth it.
some of Spectre. And now he has a Spectre unit right there. That's one of these Spectres, the little bluish hue to it, which follows the same type of resummoning structure that the other minions are doing. Stop logging me the fuck out. God damn it. I'm making runes here, baby. So that's basically how that system will work when it comes to the Spectres, which is eliminating such a huge amount of frustration from the community. Like tons and tons of frustration is gone. You see how fucking cool that guy is?
Dies just like any other minion, it will respawn after a short time.
So cool, dude.
So, I think it's time to fight the boss of this area, Tor Gull the Defiler.
You are relentless, and that makes you predictable. The end of Marraketh's tyranny is nearly at hand.
Oh, woke me up. Whew, good morning. This boss, by the way, is another clear display of what I was talking about with telegraphed abilities, where he's telegraphing a move that he's about to do, but it doesn't have this bullshit Final Fantasy or Diablo 4 red circle. Oh, you just need to step out of the red fucking circle. See that ability right there. See how he's gonna telegraph this. Watch this. You see that? He's telegraphing that he's about to do this sweep, right? It's very clear. I never said that I hate Final Fantasy. I think Final Fantasy seems like a really fucking good game. I just dislike the the telegraphing of those abilities. So he's about to do this cleave slam or this cleave hit or whatever, right? And it's telegraphed, but there's no red marks or anything. So you just have to see this and see that, oh shit, he's about to do this now, and he pushes the player and does damage, right? And I think that's really cool, the way they teach the player these mechanics and how to spot them and how to dodge them. I like that. I much prefer it to be this way. But they can also take the route of applying multiple specters per gem. If you recast bind, it shows up differently in the menu. You can have multiple of these bind specter skill gems, to capture a multitude of different specters and then create a pure specter build which has a ton of different specters. You can do that. You just have a separate slot where you put another bind specter skill in. You need to spend Reservation Spirit for a Spectre? Correct. Watch how all his minions just get fucked up by all of the AoE they took. All of his minions are dead. Watch how this guy hasn't died. And boom, all of his minions are now back. Because the timer, that window where none of his minions died, ended. All of his minions comes back to life immediately. Also, that totem right there, that's your offering skill. No longer requires corpses. It puts down like a totem-esque buff window, if you will. So within a radius of this totem is now a skeletal construct totem thing offering that is buffing your minions within radius of that. All his minions are almost dead, and now they're all back. Fucking love that shit, dude. And they all died to that fire damage. All of them. And now they're all back.
None will stand in my way.
Pretty cool, actually. But that happened. Fuck that. Where's my music? So that's basically one of the things. Pretty cool. I didn't know that. I just got a message. The fuck? All right. Anyways. And you used to have a PV2, yeah. 12 gems, right? Yeah. Plenty of room, yes. Plenty. So let's talk about the topic of the Animate Guardian. Let's just get that out of the way, shall we? Animate Guardian. How many of you guys like the way the Animate Guardian works in PoE 1 right now? Yes or no if you like the way Animate Guardian works in PoE 1. My brother quit the game after his AG died. You can tank the shit off the AG and still die in one hit. Okay, so in Path of Exile 1, the Animate Guardian is clearly and, you know, evidently a skill loaded with frustration. Loaded with frustration. Loaded. And one of the problems with it is actually that people don't understand why it's dying. So let's just cut the pieces down, right? To look at what the actual problem with the Animate Guardian in Path of Exile 1 is. First off, it costs you actual currency. It's an investment to use it. If it dies, you lose that investment. That by itself, in its core design, is a problem, especially for new and newer players. There is a current... Like, if you do it the right way, he should only really die to 3 different scenarios. 4, actually. There are 4 scenarios that would kill the Animate Guardian. Let's see if anyone can figure out which 4 specific scenarios that should kill an Animate Guardian, or sorry, that can kill an Animate Guardian, even though he's properly geared with a proper designed character, you're following a build guide. Which 4 different scenarios can kill an Animate Guardian? Just spam up the chat and I'll let you know if you got anything right. Okay, we got 2 already. Maven Beam affects minions to stop the regen. Correct. That is number 1. Okay, let's type this down. Maven Beam stops regen and affects minions. Old AN Executioner stops regen above 50%, making minions more likely to be one-shot as a result. Now, I will say this, I've complained about this many times. The old meme of me saying, I tried it, I don't like it, it's shit, comes from this modifier. They fixed it by making it not apply to minions. Then they took away the Arch Nemesis modifiers. Then they reapplied the modifier, parts of those modifiers to the core game. And when they added the modifier that prevents region above 50%, they forgot to make it not apply to minions. And that is now one of the most common reasons why an Animate Guardian dies when it comes to these specific scenarios. So, I wrote to Mark about this, and Mark told me that a little over a month ago, he tasked one of the devs to fix this. It just hasn't been fixed yet. But they told me they are fixing this. The problem is, and the reason why not everyone's bitching and moaning about it, is because most people don't even know why he died. But for the veteran players, we can tell if this is the reason he died. But they're fixing it. What is number 3 and 4 then? Ubers? No. No. Let me show you. Let me show you a little thing that they've done. PoE 1 has some very high damaging abilities that many builds would just get straight up one-shot from. They are well telegraphed so that the player is actually expected to move out of it so they don't die to it. These abilities, like the bullet hell phase, is an example of this, has a modifier that says monster penalty against minions dealing 70% less damage to minions. This is because you cannot reliably and realistically dodge these telegraphed abilities and move your minions out of it. So therefore, they made a modifier to these abilities to prevent that from happening. And one of the things that happened when I was really mad back then, when it comes to the AG dying, was that they had these bosses show up in maps where they didn't have this fucking modifier. And one of the prime examples of this is the tool fight from the Breach Lords. It was really funny because there was this dude who made a video showing how his undergeared Animate Guardian was face tank a tool in a Breachstone. What he didn't understand, and which one the point I was making, like this blew up on Reddit as well when this happened, was the guy showed how it was face tanking tool. But my AG didn't die to a tool in the Breachstone. He died to a tool who did the ability it's supposed to be able to face tank being undergeared in a map in which they forgot to add that modifier, which they then fixed. Like, if you're gonna bitch and complain about the content, at least make sure you have your fucking shit straight and your facts straight. Anyway, so the same thing with the Flicker Strike Slam, where the Shaper teleports to you and then slams on the ground. This deals 50% less damage to minions. That is how they fix these things, because you cannot reliably move away and move your minions away from these things, right? So that's the thing they did. But number 3 and 4 are not Ubers. So what is 3 and 4 then? Reflect. I'm not going to talk about Reflect. Of course, that's a reason, but that's not something that is a problem. That's just people being stupid. Big essence? Not really. It's too hard content for the build to handle is the number 3 reason. Basically, someone goes into a Giga Juice tier 17 and happen to have, like, I don't know, Harbingers or something. So they have nothing to leech from and nothing to hit, nothing, and they get some balls on their faces and they just melt because they're doing it too soon. Flesh crafted with chaos resistance. Well, okay, sure. I guess that's a way to do it as well. But this is mainly coming down, referring to map modifiers, including crit combined with chained projectiles and multi projectiles. So the reason for this is very simple. You can reliably farm a map, but if the map has chain projectiles, that's scary. But if it has chain projectiles and multi-proj and like crit or something on top of that, what then happens is that normally your minions take 1 or 2 hits per attack that shit's shooting at you. But if they now engage a pack of enemies with, let's say, 15 monsters, and they all shoot at you with multi-proj, every one of your minions are going to get hit like 10 times more than they normally would as a result of these modifiers, which will fuck them up if they're not overgeared. This kills Animate Guardians as well. Mainly with things like breaches. Those are harbingers really scary with this shit. So what is the number 4 modifier? Shotgun? Well, I'd say that the reason number 3 is included in shotguns. Tight corridors with lots of monsters followed up with a DD strong box and not using your fucking convocation like a proper PoE player. Dumb fucks have convocation automated. This is the main reason you never automate convocation on any minion build that wants to keep the shit alive, except for Dark Pact, which scales minion survivability because that's how they deal damage through the Dark Pact on the skeletons. Because you can have your Animate Guardian have, I don't know, EHP over 3 million. He's not going to die from anything. Your skeletons don't die from anything in that build, except you actually taking their life with Dark Pact. This shit can kill properly geared, high end game, fully maxed out fucking mirror tier builds, Animate Guardians if you don't do this properly. That means you pop a strong box, move the fuck away from there, then convocate. Because if you play with a map, like high tier maps from juiced up maps and whatnot, and that DD box pops and there's a lot of monsters packed in a very condensed area and your AD is in range on that, they can die. So these are the 4 reasons, right? And they're all frustrating. This, most people don't realize that happened. This people will realize. This people, most people would realize. These two, or this one people will realize, I guess. But this one people don't really notice. This is going to get fixed, though. So this is like one of the problems with PoE 1 when it comes to the Animate Guardian. Now, here's the thing. We don't have information on the Animate Guardian in PoE 2. We actually have 0 information on it. So what can we then talk about when it comes to the Animate Guardian in Path of Exile 2? Here's the thing. Jonathan Roberts. He is a fantastic person. Super smart. But I don't agree with him on everything. He genuinely really likes the mechanic of the Animate Guardian and that there is a trade-off for it. Now, it seems like most people disagree with this. Most people don't like that you have to sacrifice your gear and whatnot. I don't mind sacrificing my gear for it if the interface for him would have been much more manageable to do. I don't mind that there's an opportunity cost to it. I do wish that they would have the interface for him to be much better, like a Diablo 2 mercenary, where you would be able to equip the gear. I don't mind that the gear becomes bound, or if you want to replace it, it will destroy the other item. There's the opportunity cost. That's what I think would be the middle ground solution from what the community wants and how Jonathan likes the mechanic. I think that's the middle ground that we all can agree should be a good state to be in. But I will say this, if the fucker dies, I don't think that all of your gear should be lost. I really don't think so. I don't mind if there's another opportunity cost. Say that there's like a minute cooldown on summoning him or something. If he really wants to keep this whole shit that this guy has its very high opportunity cost, anything but you lost everything you just put on him would be better than what we currently have. Like, imagine if you have a window where you put the gear on the Animate Guardian, as an example, right? But if you put the gear on him, that gear piece is lost. He's wearing that now. If you replace that gear, that old item that he had will be gone. I don't mind that. I think that's fine. That's a big opportunity cost as it is. And that's okay. But I don't want that all of the gear to be lost because he randomly died to some stupid shit. That's a problem. And that's why a lot of people don't want to use Animate Guardians in their builds. The problem with the Animate Guardian is that in a low-budget Animate Guardian build, in a low-budget Minion build, most of those builds actually does this. They want these modifiers. What is reference to a low-budget Animate Guardian is Leercast and Dying Breath, which is 18% curse effectiveness of enemies and 66% increased damage. No, 68% increased damage. Let me double check. 18 curse. 68%. Sorry, my bad. 68% increased damage. This is one of the most important nodes for low-budget minion builds to go to because of the defensive aspect and the offensive aspect that you get from this. You get some APS, but also all the damage. This cluster that we will go out of our fucking way to reach gives you 10, 20, 40% minion damage, another 50, 60, 80% minion damage. This entire cluster, you get a little bit of APS, but you have the curse effectiveness from the Dying Breath Leercast setup. So this means that a low-budget Animate Guardian has almost the same value as a cluster on the tree that 95% of all low-budget minion builds always go to because of how strong it is. And as a direct result of that, that means that if you choose not to run the Animate Guardian, you're gimping your character out of 68% minion damage, which is a lot for low budget. A lot of damage. And let's not go talk about the high budget Animate Guardians, because now we're talking about Culling Strike. Jesus Christ. I forgot the name of it. Oh my god, my brain stood still. Kingmaker. Thank you. Holy shit. Brain just froze there. This gives you defensive aspect, Culling Strike, defenses to your minions, and then 50 crit multi as a result. And you can do this together with Leercast for 50% increased damage, or you can do it with elevated helmets, you can do Crown of the Tyrant, you can do defensive Mask Stitch Demon, you can use GB like Guardian's Blessing and stuff like that. There's so many things you can do with a higher budget, which like excels the efficiency that the Animate Guardian brings to the build itself at a greater cost, of course. But the fact that a low-budget build, Animate Guardian, is worth almost the same value as this cluster is insane. Look at this here. This node here is 30% minion damage. No, sorry, 35% minion damage. The Animate Guardian is worth 3 times this, or almost 2.5 times this. 2.1, no, less than that actually. 2.1 times this. This is 12 damage, 24 damage, 54% damage plus 30 for minion skill recently. It's almost worth the same amount as this. Like, the Animate Guardian is so fucking valuable. But because of the fact that you lose all your investment if it dies, a lot of people don't want to use it. But most minion builds wants to use it because of the insane value it brings to the table. But the problem is you lose everything when it dies. But again, so I know Jonathan loves the Animate Guardian, and I've been talking to him a few times about this, and my argument is the 2 things. One is interface of gearing the fucker, having like the similar fashion to how we view a Diablo 2 mercenary gearing situation, or like that kind of approach. That would be great for that purpose. That's one thing. The other aspect of it is, like I said, having a way to not lose everything if he dies. I don't mind the opportunity cost. There's already an opportunity cost by you giving your Animate Guardian gear that you will never have access to again. But losing it to be forced to purchase everything once again is a problem. So I would rather see any other negative impact on the guy dying rather than you lose everything. And I don't care if it's like you have to wait 1 minute to resummon him. I don't care. That would still be better than the current system. So I have no idea what they're going to do with the Animate Guardian for PoE 2. I'm very, very, very excited to see how they're going to do it. But I am concerned that based off what the fact that I know that Jonathan likes the idea and the mechanic surrounding the opportunity cost of the Animate Guardian in PoE 1, I am concerned that they are not going to give us that approach, which will then result in a situation where it's going to be exactly like we have in PoE 1. And I think that since PoE 2 is in a state where it's catering and focused on new player acquisition to make the game more accessible and understandable for new and newer players, that would be counterproductive to have the game or have the Animate Guardian work similarly in PoE 2 like as it is in PoE 1. That is my take on the Animate Guardian. But again, this is just 100% speculative discussions around it. It's just theory. We have no idea. We haven't seen it. We haven't heard them say anything outside of the discussions that I personally have had with Jonathan. What about a short quest to Aaron to get it back so you can't just resummon it in an instance? Like I said, I don't care what they do as long as the mechanic of it is not you lose everything you just invested in putting in gearing the guy. As long as that's not the case, I'd be happy. Now, obviously, the problem is the other aspect of this, right? What happens when they open this Pandora's box, right? It's one of those situations where when they increased the loot range in PoE 1, they can never go back. The only thing they can do is keep it or make it bigger, right? We can all agree to that. If they were to take that away, people would be fucking furious. So if they make such a change with the Animate Guardian, and let's just say for the sake of the argument, let's present a situation where we have 1 minute resummon time or cooldown on the Animate Guardian to resummon him. 1 minute. There will be people complaining that that is a 1 minute cooldown. That is the result of such a solution. People will complain that it's a 1 minute cooldown. If they then lower this and say, well, okay, now it's 30 seconds. People will still complain that it's 30-second cooldown. If they do it too much, now suddenly we're in the realm of abuse. Now we can have like, what? I don't know, DD builds or something. I don't know what we can do, right? There's so many things that you can do at this point where now we're in the realm of, can this be abused? So there's always this balance question, right? If you have to do a quest to resummon him, that's a frustrating moment unless they bake it in so that, no, you can get this ability if you do this thing here. Now we're suddenly talking about not just a situation of solving a problem with the minion itself, but now you're also presenting a lot of time and money invested to design a quest area and all of those things to make it make sense with lore and all those things. And I don't think that's going to happen. Dark Marionette, yeah. But I mean, the way permanent minions work in PoE 2 is that they do get resurrected. They are actually getting resurrected after X amount of time of being dead. I genuinely think that my hope is that they will just let the Animate Guardian be part of that. If the Animate Guardian dies, it will be automatically resummoned, similar to your other permanent minions. The opportunity cost and the efficiency of your Animate Guardian should come from a proper interface allowing you to gear it. Well telegraphed and communicated information that if you put the gear piece on it, it will actually be completely consumed and cannot be recovered again. That would be the best solution, in my opinion. But that would also go directly against the idea that Jonathan, I know for a fact, has then said that he likes the way the Animate Guardian works in PoE 1. So where's the middle ground solution here? Because I don't think there is one. And that kind of the point of these games feels badass to do cool shit. Yes, but there's a point where if something is abusable and exploitable or scaling because of bugs like D4 has right now, where the top performing build is basically you abusing the living fuck out of overpower crit quill rain through to the skies because of a bugged interaction and an uncapped state of vicious shield paragon board. Is that a good state? I don't think so. And I hope that the AG just doesn't exist in PoE 2. I'm very confident that the AG will exist in PoE 2 simply because I know that Jonathan likes it and I think it's such a cool thing. I actually agree that it's a really cool ability. It just needs quality of life improvements so that more and more players can actually engage with it without being frustrated. So I do want the AG to exist. I just want it to not be I don't want it to be a factor of frustration. But I think the important part to understand here is that PoE 2 is a very complex game, just like PoE 1. But the difference in the complexity is that PoE 2 does a very, very, very good job in communicating these things to the players so that the newer players can understand what they're supposed to do and grasp whatever the fuck's going on. And you can't do that with the Animate Guardian of its current iteration in PoE 1 if they just were to copy pasta that over to PoE 2. So something has to be done there. The question is, what are they going to do with it? And still maintain this whole idea of an opportunity cost. And I genuinely, personally believe that sacrificing gear to him is already an opportunity cost enough. That's my point. Because you can see in-game your minion stats. That's something we don't have access to in PoE 2, PoE 1, by the way. You can actually see your individual minion stats in PoE 2. And as a direct result, we can then see if there's an Animate Guardian. We could also see the Animate Guardian stats. So why not just give that an interface window for its gear? And then you have the opportunity cost by you giving it gear that you will never be able to get back out again. I think that's enough. But that's the state. That's my argument to it. I don't care how they do it, Kafka. All I'm saying is that I think that for the sake of it not becoming a, you have to read 5 wiki pages to understand it, they need to keep it simplistic. And I think genuinely making it so that it might not be one of those minions that are permanently unfucking killable and just let it be resummoned with the same time frame as the other minions would be a perfect iteration of how to approach it. But the opportunity cost is now lowered as a result. But if the opportunity cost is exclusively only you actually sacrificing gear to it, the only thing that needs to happen then is that the game needs proper interface in what gear the guy's wearing. Like if let's do it this way. I'm gonna boot up the game again. The basing minions in general is a rough task. It is. The first iteration of minions of PoE 2 was that they wanted the minions to move in formations, and then they took that away because it just didn't work that well. So I'm gonna ask you guys real quick here. Let's see if someone can figure this out. What gear is my Animate Guardian wearing? He's right there. What gear is he wearing? Let's see if anyone can figure out all the items that this guy's wearing. Stitch Demon. Masculine Stitch Demon is correct. Can these fuckers move away? I don't want to desummon them. Masculine Stitch Demon is correct. Kingmaker is correct. Garber the Ephemeral is correct. What gloves and boots is he wearing? What gloves and boots is he wearing? Fucking show up so we can see you, bro. Windscreen? Windscreen is correct. He is wearing Windscreen. That's correct. I gotta see if he can spot his gloves. Bro, don't turn your back at me. Bob, dude, Bob. Don't you fucking dare turn your back on me, bro. Don't you dare. What gloves is he wearing? Astronauth is not correct. They're not rare. That's a unique pair of gloves. Hemo? No. Not Hemo. Akuna's Wheel? No. Greybind? No. Greybind has a little ball on it. Greybind has a little red dot here. It's not Greybind. Southbound? No. Multiple corrupt ones? No. Rare gloves? No. They are corrupted with a curse, but that doesn't matter. What gloves is he wearing? Siri gloves? No. Snake bite? No. Really? No one knows? Really? No one? Really? Vixen? No. Bleed pop? No. He actually was wearing grave binds before I made this one. No one can figure it out. You know why no one can figure it out? Because people don't fucking look at how the gloves look on the Animate Guardian when they're equipped. Breath Steers? No. He's using Embalmer. That's Embalmer gloves. Those are Embalmers. And you know this if you play minion builds as long as I have. Because you actually give a shit about it. Because if you don't pay attention to whatever the fuck he's wearing, you actually do this. Looks armor based? They do. I think it's because of the MTXs. That's Embalmer. Then the only way I can figure it out is because either you will know and remember it, have a PUB where you've typed it down, or you do what I did now. Look at the fucking thing, take a screenshot, and figure it out. Which is insane. Do I have gear on any of these? This guy, maybe. This may come off as harsh, but I think AG's entire implementation is trash. No, I don't like it either. I'm with you on that. Oh, dude, am I going to lose my specters now? Where's my AG? Whatever, I don't care. I feel like Jonathan's dodging the question of whether or not AG is a good idea in PoE by saying he likes the concept. Sure, the concept of a super pet you need second set for gear for that loses it forever on death is conceptually a neat risk-reward ratio. But, like, has he seen the game he's putting it in? I don't mind it being in the state that it is. I just think that there's so many things that cause us a lot of frustration as a result of it. I think that's where the problem's at. All right, let's see. Bites the dust. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, ba-da, boom, ba, 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 ba. What gear is this guy wearing? What gear is he wearing? Garby the Ephemeral? Yep. He is wearing Garby the Ephemeral. That's correct. Kingmaker is correct. Yes. Learcast is correct. Gloves and boots. March of the Legion? Fuck no. No. Scorch boots. Legacy of Fury. Correct. What gloves? What gloves is he wearing? Oscar? No. No. He is wearing Gravebind. This guy is wearing Gravebind. You see it because of the shiny colors on the side of the armor here. This is what indicates that it's using Gravebind. This is how Gravebind looks. You can see it here in the image. It's these gems. That's the gems. That is Gravebind. That is Legacy Fury. The garb of Ephemeral. The helmet looks really hilariously stupid on an Animate Guardian. That is indeed a Learcast, obviously. Kingmaker, everybody can tell. And obviously the white fingers on the Gravebind tells as well. True. This is a little easier, right? But you can tell. But this is the only way you can tell. Now, let's say you present this image to a new player who's never played the game before, and you ask him, what gear is this guy wearing? What are the modifiers that is affecting this guy? Well, he is wearing a two-handed axe, and his face is just a mask. So, yeah. No way that player would understand that this guy is crit immune versus nearby enemies. No way does that guy understand that he applies Scorch to nearby enemies. No way will that guy understand that kills within his vicinity counts as his kills. No way will they understand that because of the boots, those kills counts as his kills, allowing them to have a chance to explode. Nowhere will he actually, he can look at the buff bar to see that he has fortification and damage increase on lair cast. But people won't fucking know. We don't know the corruptions. This guy... I think those are corrupted, actually. I can show you how to figure that out. Let's figure out if the gloves are... Let's figure out if the gloves are cursed or not. Okay, now I only see Scorch. There's no curse on the gloves. No curse on the gloves. Scorch is there, though. That's it, but there's no curse. Okay. And the explosions you see from his doing him doing killing blows, right? That's the only way you can figure it out, unless you remember it, to type it down or follow a POB and you followed it religiously. And that is a problem in my opinion. I mean, let's go to a standard character. I probably have an AG in this guy. I'm gonna go to standard character and we'll try to figure this out on an old character. Animate Guardian, good. What are you cooking? Nah, we're talking about AG. All right. Dude, this character's like 2 years old. Okay, a little older than 2 years. Right. I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea what this guy's wearing. I have no clue. Oh my god, what is that? He's not wearing gloves, so he doesn't have any arms. Probably just a flesh wound. I have no idea what weapons that is. Or the boots. I think it's just rare gloves, boots, and I think I must have done like some sort of testing and just equipped random shit on him. He is dual wielding, so it's 2 weapons of the same type. I have no idea. I think this is just thrown together gear. Double princess. Ooh. That maybe. Maybe, unless it's a white saber. Is you winning princess? Holy shit! That's a good catch there, dude. I wouldn't have made that. Let's find another one. Either that or it's a white saber. What is this? What is this? Doriani Aegis. Age. This is what.
I'm perplexed about that one.
Gravebind, Mask of the Stitch, Demon, Kingmaker, and I think those are spell suppression, chaos resistance base link boots, which means they're rare boots. And the body armor looked like the garb, the evasion energy shield garb. Which means he probably has a Crusader Hunter influence chest piece. Which means that if he's Crusader Hunter influence chest, that would mean that he has that additional curse application, which means that he should have curse implicit gloves, because the chest gives him a curse, and then he would have explodey chest on top of that. We can figure this one out, actually. First, we do brutality, and then we find ourselves a pair of triad. You know what? I'm not gonna. Oh wait, there's a leveling gears tab there. Here. Oh, there was a pair. Oh, good lord, there was a pair. Nice. Okay, now we can test it. Okay. So he can't do damage now, but he should be able to curse. There's a curse. You see that? That's a curse above him. Wait, I forgot which curse it is. Is that temporal chains? No, that's enfeeble. Is it not? Yeah, it's enfeeble. Thank you, chat. So he doesn't have explodey boots. So if I take off the brutality, they should explode, which means, well, actually, I would need to verify that he has a hunter. I would need to apply a curse as well. Do I have a blue socket somewhere? Really? There. Says his mark. Yeah. So this means he has a hunter chest piece. And if I take away this, there was a fist explosion there. Bro, where are you going? Yeah, that guy exploded. That guy exploded. Okay, so I was right then. So he actually is wearing a Crusader Hunter influenced garb for exploding a curse. His spell suppression. No, it's spell suppression, because I always did that back then. Spell suppression, chaos resistance, slink boots, Mask of Stitch Demon, Kingmaker, and Gravebind with an enfeeble curse corrupted. So it's just like that's the only way I can figure it out. Like literally the only way I can figure it out is to literally look at the gear and then take it out and then literally know these things. And I think that's kind of crazy personally. I can't care that much. Okay, about that then. Tibia? Yeah. Such a throwback. Type exclamation by Tibia. Fuck it. If you want to play, just join us. We're like 30 or 35 guys in our community that is playing Tibia on an old PvE server called Refugia. That character is on a new server that we're doing just for lulz. Like we're literally 30 plus people playing. A couple of us is in the guild I made, and the others are kind of spread out. So if you want to play, just let me know. We have a Discord channel in the Discord server for it as well. I don't play much when we have like launches of games happening. So like right now, I have a little time that I play when I'm not doing guides or recordings and whatnot. But we're actually quite a few people playing. It's very fun. But I mean, that's kind of like the AEG topic. I don't know what else there is to add to the AEG topic. Now that I remember everything. Trust me, Lind, I didn't remember shit from when I played when I was a kid till I started playing again 4 years ago with the stream, actually. And I got to level 120. And then I stopped again because there was too much happening with the stream, releases, and stuff like that. And it kind of died out. And then about 9 months ago, we did it again, rebooted those characters. Because here's the cool thing with Tibia. You can play, and then you can stop playing for multiple years, and then come back and play the same character. Because Tibia has no ending. They are releasing 2 major content in patches every year. They have a winter update and they have a summer update, which has massive content that they're adding. So when I got back, there's so much to learn, dude. They have a fucking skill tree and shit in the game. There's so much now. It's insane. They still release content consistently, yeah. The game came out 1997. They have consistent flow of content. Twice a year, they have major releases. It's really fun to play. So the good thing is that whenever there's like game launches, like PoE2 is coming out, I won't have time. Like it's going to be probably a couple of weeks where I'm not playing at all. That's just the way it is. And then when things calm down, then I can play again. Fuck yeah, I'll play with the boys, have a good time, and just enjoy. And I know in the start I couldn't share with anyone, share XP and party because they were so much higher level than me. And it's like, fine, but we have a good time anyways. And then we started this new server just for some LoL characters, so we keep dying on them, but whatever. But the main guys we play with, they're I'll probably show you. So this is my main character in the guild hall that we have. This is my main character. Pew. Oh, by the way, there's sound in the game. Hold on. There's sound in the game these days. It's still awkward, but this is my main character. But this is how the game looks. But yeah, no, it's fun. It's a very fun game. Oops. All right. Well, that's what we're doing off stream with the boys. Let me know that. Minion looking good for PoE2. Fantastic, dude. They look insane. Gives me Ultima vibe. I mean, okay, Tibia came out 97, and it's inspired by Ultima. And 6 months after Tibia came out in 98, RuneScape came out, also inspired by Ultima. I can't with those graphics. Well, it's nostalgic. No minions. Oh, there's a summon familiar you can use. It's not very good though. But it's very fun. If anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome to. Like, you can just type !Tibia and join in. The server's called Refugia. It's all the information's there. There's a Discord channel in our server with a pinned message with the rest of the info. Like, if you want to play, it's fine. Just learn the game. If you want to try it out, it's a very old MMORPG game. I think that if you never played it before, it's gonna take a while to get used to it. You might not enjoy it, but if you have played it before, you know what you're getting yourself into, and it's really fucking fun. So it's very nostalgic. They have some crazy updates coming in winter, I think. I haven't really read through the entire post yet. I haven't had the time, but it's fun. Anyways, so that kind of covers the topic of minions versus PoE2 minions versus PoE1 minions. Now, I have a video I'm going to record today where I go through. I'm going to go through this topic in a proper YouTube video. I'll be recording that tonight. And I think the other things I would like to cover before the November 15th so far is, like, I want to talk more in depth about the WASD control stuff, the whole idea with unique support gems, spirit reservation is what I talked about as well. It's like the idea of having reservation for both auras as well as minions, not just permanent minions. And then obviously, like, whatever the fuck happened to the Druid, we haven't seen it in action since that one showcase, right? The nostalgic, it's not an ARPG, it's an MMORPG. It's called Tibia. You can type !Tibia for it. And then there's this list of skills that I haven't gone through on PvDB yet. And then the topic of the side bosses. Someone said that there was some information somewhere that they talked about letting people have access to engaging with these bosses in the end game environment to get the buffs in case you missed them as you were going through the campaign, right? Which I think would be a good way to do it. They haven't shown Templar either. They are changed so much. It requires so that much time. I have no idea. But what's really important to point out is this information right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's all the classes we have available to us. Warrior, Ranger, Huntress, Sorceress, Mercenary. We have the Monk. We have the Druid. And, of course, the Witch, right? These are the classes that we have available. There are 4 unannounced classes that's going to be in PoE 2. Which classes are we lacking in this list? Druid's in the list already. It's like, I don't know what the other classes would be. I mean, we have a Shadow Ascendancy, I guess. We don't have something Shadow. Witch has minions. So Witch is covered, the Necro part, right? We don't have like a Templar or Shadow. Doesn't really exist. Marauder, I mean, we have a Warrior here. Wouldn't the Marauder be in line with a Warrior class? We don't have a Templar-esque class. We don't have a Shadow-esque class. Duelist and Marauder. I think the Warrior fits the Marauder, though. Duelist. I mean, okay, so both Huntress and Ranger feels like in the same alley, right? Sorceress is more like a Caster Witch version. Mercenary might be more in line with, I don't know, maybe Shadow-esque. Yes, I don't know. They said all the base classes would be added as well. I mean, we have Witch. Though we don't have Marauder, Templar, or Shadow. We do have a Ranger. So that means that if they are going to add all the other classes that we don't have left, that means Marauder, Shadow, Templar. But what's the last one that I'm missing? Duelist, I guess? So that would be Duelist then. Spiritborn. Fucking YouTube chat. They've already said this. Sorry. Oh, fuck. Getting a fucking headache here. I managed to get sick from whatever Hannah had, but I was hit hard yesterday, but I feel much better today, so just a slight headache and some cough. But Cyan they've said that they have no intention for the Cyan, at least for now. What if AG can have multiple? I doubt they'll do that, personally. So, I mean, have they 100% confirmed that they are indeed going to add Duelist, Templar, Marauder, and Shadow? Is that, like, have they said that all the base classes will be available? Is that a guaranteed? Because I don't remember seeing or reading that, but maybe I missed it or forgotten. I know they confirmed no Cyan. Templar was confirmed. They did discuss about the class that will fit the AG. Yeah, but I mean, you guys are saying yes, but does anyone have a link to where they're saying it? Templar, Paladin archetype with something like Dark Knight Ascendancy. I have no idea. Like, I don't remember oh, sorry. I don't remember them saying it. That's why I'm curious to see if there's any link to them having that discussion, because I must have missed it. It was in last year's con. They announced it in their new PoE trailer. I recall it being in your tavern talk after the witch reveal. I might have just forgotten. It's been a while. GG vids. I recall them saying, but they should have had all base cast. I mean, they already have the Ranger and the Witch, so I mean, I can definitely see them doing it. I just feel like I missed it or something, or forgotten it. It's been a lot of information lately. We should get another tavern talk going with Jonathan.
The gods caused all this, you know. After Oriath was destroyed, I traveled, searching for answers. Everywhere I went, the same divine devastation. It must end. I will end it. And no exile will stop me.
Yeah, so this is the one I missed then. Yeah, there you go. This is the one I missed, where they were showing it, yeah. So those are the classes that I missed. Shadow wasn't there, or did I miss it in the start? Yeah, I must have missed it. Sorry, I was looked away for a second. So that's basically the classes then. $1,500 password.
This world will be reborn, no matter the cost.
I don't know. Every time I watch footage like this, I'm like, Oh, give me to me, please. I need it now, man. What date is it? 20th? It's 20th, man. God damn it, man. Another, what, 3 weeks, dude? Almost 4 weeks. Fuck, man. What, 26 days to go? Man, I just get frustrated looking at the fucking time and date, dude. I just want to play the game, man. I just want to play the game. Fuck. 26 days and it seems like a year. I know. Maybe I should take my Steam Deck with me on vacation. Cinda, you should. You should. I don't understand why that's even a question. What do you mean, maybe? No. You have to, man. You have to. A lot of promise, but all I've seen so far from the gameplay unhyped me. PoE is good, thank God. I'd like to ask if there's anyone in the YouTube stream or the Twitch stream that are not super, if you're not super excited for the PoE 2 early access, say yes in the chat now. I just want to see how many are not excited out of curiosity. Because I know the game will not cater to everyone, and there will be PoE hardcore players that are not interested in the slower paced PoE 2. Not excited. I like Zoom Zoom. Dodo. There's actually a couple of people. Actually, a couple of people in Twitch chat as well. No access to beta, nothing to be excited about. I don't know about that. Well, we don't know the exact factors of how to get the access yet. They've said similar to PoE 1, Fall of Warrior, but that's all we know. A fucking painkiller. My head's exploding right now. That's super expensive. I mean, that's just for the early access, right? I mean, there'll still be a lot of content. Sorry, boys. My head started exploding. It's shown by the popularity of Elden Ring. People do not mind hard nor slow. Well, Elden Ring is also kind of known for that. PoE is not known for that, though, specifically. Didn't Jonathan confirm it's like $30 something? The interview with the Korean guys. Well, they'll only confirm that it's going to be similar to Fall of Warrior, which means we're expecting $30 supported back and 500 threshold for lifetime support, right? No, I think that the game will definitely be... Sorry, I still got a cold. Sorry about that. Managed to get a cold from my daughter again, but yesterday I was really fucked, but feeling better today. Just got a bit of a headache right now. Where was I? Like, we've only seen like lower level content, and we've seen showcases like we've seen showcases like this.
Of course, we want to maximize the amount of time you spend
in which we see.
So most of the spells
Okay, we don't have to have him talking at the same time, I guess. Like they're showcasing the abilities, so they're not here to show you speed clearing of it. They're showing the abilities, right? So we don't know how fast or the clear speed will actually be. So we'll see. We have no idea. And the early access will hopefully show us more of that, right? Any endgame or endgame builds yet, as far as I know? True. In a lot of playtests, you were given white gear. Yes, we were given poor gear. And I know the first playtest we had at ExileCon, they ramped up the difficulty significantly. Like, I died 25 times on the Devourer. When I played the Devourer, when I played solo on mouse and keyboard, then I one-shot it. When I played couch co-op with my friend who's never played a game in years, then we died once to it. It's like there's definitely balancing happening on a consistent basis, right? So there's that. I'm worried a game will struggle to run at 60 FPS. I'm not concerned about that, personally. Still no date on reveal stream? No, but I think and hope that they're going to announce some sort of... I think they're going to announce some sort of information on the 23rd. Because the 23rd is... The 23rd of October actually sets the date for 11 years since Path of Exile first launched officially. So I think they're going to have some sort of post happening then. At least that's what I'm expecting. I don't think this stream will be this Thursday or Friday. No, I do not think so. I think they would want to announce when it is so that people hype it up, and then more people will have eyes on it. So there's no way they would just randomly say, oh, it's happening in 2 days. I doubt that. I think they will announce it at least a week before it happens so that people can get hyped up. Not excited about early access because it's early access. Just wanting to be done. And I'll be fed up with all the early access judgment, the so-called reviews. Well, I mean, there's a difference between a review and a review. I think that it's very hard for me and other PoE streamers to not be biased, because I will say that right now, when the time comes for me to make a video where I'm going to talk about my opinions about PoE, I can tell you now, you need to take it with a grain of salt, because I will be very biased. However, I also feel like I do have a pretty good track record of being very, very open and honest about good and bad things. I've criticized Diablo 4 on a consistent basis ever since launch, and I'm an official Diablo partner. Like, literally, they've flown me out to LA to play test the Spiritborn and everything, and I'm still been sitting there saying that D4 was really fucking bad. And I've been hoping and praying that they were going to make it good. They took steps in the right direction. Spiritborn expansion, there's a lot of problems with the game still, but I'm still saying the game is now finally good. Yes, it took them a long time to get there, but I do firmly believe that D4 is actually good now. That's my take. And that's despite me being an actual Diablo partner. Like, fine, I'm not getting paid to be a Diablo partner, but they do send me cool shit. Like, I got a Mephisto Soulstone the other day. That's pretty fucking cool. But, like, all I'm saying is that I try my best to not be biased when I make reviews or statements about things. Try to be as subjective as I can with these things. But in the end, it's like, I don't really know what to say. There's a difference between a review and a review. That's why I dislike having seeing sponsored videos that are reviews. I dislike that. I'm very picky when I take sponsorships where I'm supposed to review a game. I make it very clear that if I'm going to take a sponsorship where I review the game, I need to be able to say whatever the fuck I want in the video. Otherwise, I don't take the sponsorship, because I think that being transparent and honest to the community that we have built here over the last, like, I've been a streamer for 10.5 years. I've been partner for just over 10 years now, as of last month. It's like, it's important to me that, you know, I bring authenticity to the community, because I wouldn't be able to be here if it wasn't for support you guys provide, right? So to me, that's important. And if that means I lose out on a sponsorship here and there, fuck it. I don't give a shit. The money doesn't matter. I think that transparency and honesty is way more important, or the integrity. Rest in 10 years, even if it's late. Well, thank you. But that's kind of like the situation, right? Defy the allegation of saying PvE2 is bad because you can't wait for it. Well, I can't wait for it, but I don't have much of a choice now, do I? I don't want to wait, but I have to, like everyone else. Does it look like I want to wait? No, I didn't think so. I definitely don't want to fucking wait. But I'm forced to. It's like I'm like a kid on the day before Christmas. Like, all I want is to open my gifts. Okay? I see them all there laying under the Christmas tree. And if I could, I would go up in the middle of the night and open them before my parents noticed, okay? That's what I would do. That's what I would do. Right? That's the whole point of it. But obviously I can't do that because the gifts are locked behind the door because my parents realized that I'm a fucking, you know, impulse-driven little fucking crazy kid. I debated with my wife while wait for the Christmas present to be handed out at Christmas. You know, before, but that is your present done. Shiggy kids do what we do for now and all good. That's fair. At least you do good reviews, unlike some Blizzard fanboys, the vocal minority, and just like to crap on everything Blizzard does and refuse to give them a win. When a win is deserved, a vessel of hatred is a win. For the most part. It's not about the pace. Are we truly going to be able to build crazy and fun builds? Game seems a lot different. No way to play myself. I mean, I think that, to put it this way, I'm gonna pause the music. Let's have this conversation, okay? Let's have this conversation. Diablo 4. Blizzard has lost a stupid amount of goodwill. That is the problem. That is the main problem. They've lost so much goodwill. So much. So when something bad happens, if they had goodwill built up, they would be in a position where it would, like a delay on the launch of the servers for the game would have been, oh, it sucks big dick, but shit happens. It still sucks, but shit happens. They don't have that goodwill. That's been dragged through the mud. They are currently working on rebuilding that. But because of the lack of goodwill, everything they do is under the microscope, which means that the slightest little hiccup or issue or mistake, that's the main focus. The delay, Adam Fletcher did a fantastic job at communicating every slightest, smallest update to the delay was immediately communicated to not just the streamers, but Blue Post public official statement. Fantastic. Did he get credit for that? Like, not even Path of Exile has ever had that level of communication as Adam Fletcher provided the community at that time. Did he get credit for it? No, not at all. Should he? Yeah, I think so. I think it was fucking insane the way he stepped up and was like, okay, we need to do this, and just went over and beyond what they ever had to do. But people don't care because they don't have goodwill built up, so that didn't matter because the negative things were the focus. And that's the problem Diablo 4 has right now. They need to significantly rebuild that goodwill, and that is a huge problem. And a lot of people, they look at it at face value and they don't see the underlying issues or the things that led up to the problems that are occurring. And I think that Diablo 4 has had a very, very steep uphill battle to fight from the very get-go, and they're working on it. And they're well on the way up this cliff. That's my opinion. That's why I think the game is actually good now. Far from perfect. It's not great, but it's good. That's my genuine take on it. Anyways, I have a headache that's not settling. I'm going to host you guys over to my co-host of the Tavern Talk podcast, who's actually playing D4. So if you haven't seen the D4 expansion, give it a look. Diablo 4 played by my man, Darth Microtransaction. He told me in chat earlier that, what the fuck happened to his beard? What? Wait, did you guys force him to shave or something? What happened to it? Anyways, give him a big one welcome, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. We continue some more Path of Exile stuff. D4 shaved? Sheesh. Give a big one welcome, guys. And he said in the chat earlier that apparently he is inked up with a tons of tattoos. That's why he's wearing long-sleeved hoodies, because he's got tattoos everywhere except for his face. So ask him to show his tattoos, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. I need to turn off the lights because my fucking head is exploding right now. And I will, oh Jesus. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much for all support. I can't do this without you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you had fun. See you guys tomorrow. Till then, stay safe and keep rocking.